Summary.
Taylor Adams fled from New York and found herself stranded in a small town in Arizona. She is a spoiled rich woman who ran out of money, and when her car broke down, she had to do whatever it took to get it fixed. But a young bar owner, Blake Knight, was not going to let her get away without paying. She was forced to work in his bar to pay off her debt. He would soon regret his decision when she proved to be a handful, always pushing his buttons. But things and people are not always what to appear to be. Things about Taylor no one knows, which Blake will soon find out. What will happen when opposites get together? Will hate turn to love?
Chapter 1. Trouble comes to town. Taylor Adams, a spoiled daughter of a rich millionaire, found herself stranded in a small town in Arizona called Luxor. It was nothing like she was accustomed to, being from the city with its bright lights and nightlife. This town had no fancy restaurants or shopping malls. There was only one restaurant, a bunch of small stores, one bar. A school, a hospital. It looked more like someone's home, and a few other buildings. When her car broke down, she had no choice but to book into the town's only bed and breakfast, which was run by an elderly couple. The rooms were small but very clean. Her car was in the garage having repairs done and would take a couple of days. Having overslept, she missed out on the breakfast that the place offered. She was hungry and thirsty, and the only restaurant in town was busy, so she decided to go to the bar. It was simply called Blake's Bar. She picked a table right next to the exit. She looked around the place and was not impressed with it. It was a typical country bar. It reminded her of the ones you would see in an old Western movie. It had wooden floors, paneling on the walls, several tables and booths, a nice-sized bar, a couple of pool tables, and a jukebox in the corner. There was even a dance floor off to the side. The place was rugged but clean. Taylor liked the bars in the city. They were modern, loud, and classy. Everyone wore expensive clothes, paying $10 a drink. Oh, how she missed it all. The only other person in the bar was a man, but not just any man. He was extremely handsome, with dark hair, tall and muscular. He looked to be in his mid to late 20s, and she couldn't help thinking that if she had more time she might have stuck around and have some fun with this ruggedly fit stranger. But her car would be done any minute now, and she would have to leave in a hurry. Blake Knight, the owner of the bar, saw Taylor when she walked in. His heart skipped a beat when he looked her over. She was slender with long blonde hair and a nice rack. Her legs were long and shapely, the nicest ones he had ever seen on a woman. She wore long black leather boots, a short black miniskirt, a pink cashmere top with a deep V neckline that showed off an amazing cleavage. Around her neck was a gold necklace with a diamond heart on it. It was obvious the woman was not from around these parts. He also saw the look of disgust on her face when she was checking out the place. This angered him a great deal. He was proud of his bar and had put a lot of time and energy into making it his. And for this rich woman to walk in, with her nose looking down at the place, did not sit well with Blake. Taylor sat back and smiled as the man approached her table. He was even better looking up close, very muscular, and every bit a man. He looked down at her and in a gruff voice snapped at her.
"What do you want, lady?"
Taylor was taken by surprise by his tone when he spoke to her. Most men smiled and flirted with her, but not this man. He sounded angry with her, and his attitude annoyed her, so with ice in her voice, she answered back. "I want a coffee and a turkey sandwich on whole wheat bread, a touch of mustard with the crust cut off. Oh, and by the way, I want milk for my coffee, not that cream garbage." Blake frowned as he looked down at her. What a snobby bitch, he thought to himself as he listened to her rudely giving her order. When he didn't reply, she looked up at him, her eyes showing contempt. "What's the matter? Are you deaf? Do I have to repeat my order?" He felt his temper rising. He snapped back. "Are you kidding me, lady? I don't know where you think you are, but this is a bar, not a restaurant. There's one of those down the street. I suggest you go there." She sat back in her chair, making it obvious she was checking him out as her eyes moved slowly up and down his body. Well, you must have coffee and food here. Don't you know it's the law to have food available for the customers when you serve alcohol? I could report you. I know the law, lady. For your information, I just opened and my cook hasn't arrived yet. Well, how long do I have to wait? I'm hungry now, she said sarcastically. Rolling his eyes, he crudely answered back. All right, let me see what I can get you. 10 minutes later, he returned with a burger and coffee, dropping it in front of her. She looked at the plate with disgust, then up at Blake. This isn't what I ordered. It's all I've got right now. Eat it or don't. Either way, I don't give a damn. He wasn't being honest with her. There were plenty of other things he could have made her. But the truth was he didn't want to, not for her.
It looks greasy,
saying as she made a face. He was getting close to his breaking point. She was definitely getting on his nerves. Then don't eat it. Look, why don't you pay your bill and leave? I'm sure you can find somewhere else to eat. You're an extremely rude man. Who is the owner of this dump? Crossing his arms, he hissed. Blake Knight. Well, get him. I want a word with him. Pushing her plate away, she glared at him. You're looking at him, lady. Taylor raised an eyebrow. You're the owner? Are you deaf, lady? Do I have to repeat myself? He sneered. Oh, that's really original. What are you, 12? No wonder your business is doing so poorly. What with that attitude of yours? Blake felt like pulling his hair out. This woman was driving him crazy with her smart-ass comments on everything. Why don't you eat your burger and be on your way? Taylor scoffed at him. I'd be happy to leave now, but I'm waiting for my car to be fixed. I might be here for a while. You got a problem with that?
I guess not, as long as you don't get in the way.
Taylor laughed and waved her arms around. You've got to be kidding me. In the way of what? There's no one in here. She watched him as he walked away, smiling as she checked out his backside. He looked as good leaving as he did coming, and she felt herself getting a little turned on. Chapter 2. Trouble with a capital T. 2 men walked into the bar and gave her a friendly smile when they walked past her. But she did not return their smile. Instead, she rolled her eyes and looked away. The men sat at the bar and started a conversation with Blake. Hey, Blake, who's the pretty lady sitting over there by herself? Asked Stan. Don't know, don't care. She's waiting for her car. It's in the garage being fixed. Stan looked over at her, then back at Blake. Take a drink over to her for me, will you, Blake? He poured a glass of wine and walked over, setting it down in front of her. She looked at it, then at Blake. What's that? She asked. He sarcastically replied, It's called white wine. I know what it's called, you fool. What I meant is that I didn't order it. I know you didn't. It's from the man sitting at the bar. He pointed at Stan. When Taylor looked over at the bar, Stan winked at her. She looked back at Blake. Well, give it back to him and tell him he can go to hell, she said as she waved him away. He shook his head and glared at her. The guy was only trying to be nice. Do you have to be such a bitch? He picked up the glass and went back over to the bar, telling Stan what she had said. He felt bad for the guy when he saw the hurt look flash across Stan's face. Don't feel bad, Stan. The woman is a snob, cold as ice. She'll be gone soon. More people drifted in, saying hi to her as they passed, but she ignored them all. She soon became bored and wished now she had accepted that drink. But she also knew how to get others to buy her a drink. So going over to the jukebox, dropped a quarter in and selected a song. The men all turned to watch as she swayed her hips to the music seductively. She knew the men were eyeing her and would buy her a drink. She was right. Back at the table sat a couple of drinks, smiling to herself that her plan worked. Men were so easy, she thought, as she took a sip of her drink. Blake kept his eye on her. He knew she was going to be trouble. He hoped she would be gone before the truckers started rolling in. Before trouble started, he felt it would happen if she didn't leave soon. The woman was nothing but trouble, he thought to himself. Finally, after she had a couple of drinks, Jay, the man who was working on her car, came in and sat down next to her. "Car's all done, miss. Here's your bill." He hands her a slip of paper. Taylor looked at the invoice and swallowed the egg-sized lump that formed in her throat. Panic was threatening to overcome her, and for a moment was unsure of what to do. $995. That's more than I thought it would be. I don't carry that much cash on me. Would you accept a check? She shifted her legs over to the side and crossed them, making sure Jay noticed, giving him the sweetest smile she could. Jay could hardly take his eyes off her legs. Her skirt, short to begin with, was hiked up, showing a lot of her legs. He finally looked up into her eyes. "I don't usually accept checks from people I don't know." "Oh hell, you look honest enough, all right, miss." "Oh, thank you so much," she purred. "Why don't you go over to the bar and get yourself a drink on me, and I'll make out the check." So Jay headed to the bar and ordered a beer. "This is from that young lady." Blake looked over Jay's shoulder to where Taylor had been sitting. She was gone, and so was her bag, he cursed. Shit, she's gone. Jay looked, then turned back to Blake. His round face turned red. "You don't think she took off, stiffing me for the bill, do you?" "Where did you leave her car?" "Over at the garage, damn. I already gave her the keys," he said, panic sounding in his voice. "Okay, let's get over there," Blake said to the distraught man. Blake and Jay got there just in time. Taylor was in the car getting ready to drive off. Seeing them, she put the car into gear. Over the purr of the engine, she heard Jay yelling at her to stop, that she hadn't paid him yet. Blake managed to put the top half of his body inside the driver's window. Pulling out the key, he opened the door, dragging her out. "Get your damn hands off me, you pig," she screamed. She managed to break free and attempted to run. Blake grabbed her from behind. She kicked and screamed as she struggled to break free, but Blake's body was pressed so tightly against her back. His arms were around her, holding onto her wrists, which were pinned against her chest. He could feel her breasts heaving rapidly up and down, could hear her heavy breathing as she continued kicking and squirming. "Where do you think you're going? You can't skip town without paying, so pay up and I'll let you go." She stopped struggling. It wasn't getting her anywhere. He had too tight a grip on her. With his body pressed right into her, she could feel every muscle on his body. She screams out, "I can't pay." "What do you mean you can't pay?" he asked. "Why do you think, you dumb country hick? I have no money." She could feel his warm breath on her neck. It sent tingles racing through her body. "I don't believe you. Look at you. Gold jewelry, designer clothes, a sports car. How can you not have any money?" She lifted her foot and brought the heel of her boot down hard on Blake's foot. He cursed out in pain, shoving her down into a chair. Jay looked at the young woman before him. She was so beautiful, and he became sympathetic toward her. "Why don't you have any money, dear?" Giving her best sad puppy dog look, replied sadly, "I was mugged, and my money and credit cards were stolen. Please, Jay, let me go, and I promise as soon as I get it, I'll send it to you." Jay looked at Blake. "Maybe we could give the girl a break. She's just having some bad luck." He knew that Jay was a sucker when it came to a pretty woman. He had heard enough as he sat, rubbing his foot, thankful that nothing was broken. Putting the boot back on, he stood. After listening to Taylor, he knew she was lying. "Oh, please, lady, you don't fool me. You're making that all up." He looked at Jay. "Don't you listen to her. She's playing you. If you let her walk out of here, you'll never see her or your money." He then grabbed her purse. She stood up, trying to get it back from him, but he held it up, out of her reach. Putting the palm of his hand on Taylor's chest, shoved her back into the chair. "Give me back my purse, you pig," she screamed at him. "Sit there and shut up," he barked. He then dumped the contents of the purse onto the desk. There was a variety of makeup, comb, gum, and a wallet. Opening the wallet, he found no money or credit cards. The only thing inside was a picture of a woman. She looked a lot like the woman before him, and they were wearing the same necklace. "Well, there's no money in here," he said, looking at Taylor. "I told you I had no money, you pig," she cursed him. Blake touched the necklace. She felt the heat from his fingers when they brushed against her skin. "This looks real. Could be worth a lot, maybe enough to pay your bill." She slapped his hand away, clutching the necklace in a protective grip. "You leave this alone," she snapped at him, her voice sounding shaky. "Who's the woman in the picture? She's wearing this necklace. Is it your mother?" "None of your damn business," she hissed. There was something in the way she clutched the necklace and the way her bottom lip quivered when she spoke that had him thinking there was a story here. Taylor put everything back into her purse, cursing Blake as she did so. Leaning down, he put his hands on both sides of the chair, trapping her between his arms. He was so close to her face when he spoke. "What's your name? And don't even think about lying to me." She looked back into his eyes, and blinking, she answered in an icy tone, "Taylor Adams." He backed up. "Okay, Miss Adams, call someone and get them to wire you the money, then we'll let you go." He held the phone out to her. She glared at him and hesitated for a moment, then snatched the phone from him. There was only one person she could call for help. Not wanting to call him, but she had no choice. Blake watched her dial the number, her hand shaking as she bit her bottom lip. She was obviously very nervous. Seeing him staring at her, she cursed at him. "Do you have to stand there staring at me, you ass?" "Yes, I do. I don't trust you, lady." He listened to the conversation she was having with the person on the other end. "Hi, Daddy, it's me. I'm in a bit of trouble. I need you to send me some money right away." "Please, Daddy, my car broke down and I'm stranded." "What? No, I can't. You know why? No, I won't. No, wait, don't hang up." Taylor stared at the phone, her bottom lip quivering, and handed Blake the phone. "What's the matter, Ice Princess? Won't Daddy bail you out?" he asked sarcastically. "Shut up, you pig," she cursed. "Well, there must be someone else you can call for the money." She shook her head no. Blake stood back, staring at her. Then he smiled at Jay. "Well, Jay, if Miss Adams can't pay us, then she's going to have to work it off." His hands went to his belt. When she saw where he placed his hands, her eyes widened in fear. Jumping up and grabbing the closest thing to her, a tire iron, began waving it at them. "Don't you lay one hand on me, or I'll kill you," she screamed. Both men were taken by surprise, and they looked at each other. Then Blake realized what she was thinking and started laughing. "Did you think I meant by working it off I was talking about SX? That's what it sounds like to me, you sick bastard." He could only shake his head in disbelief, then pointed to the tire iron in her hand. "Put that down before you hurt yourself, and SX is not what I'm talking about." Her eyes were blazing with fury. "No, I don't trust you." Chapter 3. She still held the tire iron, ready to use it if she had to. "What I was talking about was that you'll work for me in my bar till all the money is paid back," Blake said as he edged closer. "You moron, I only owe you $20, she hissed. He stared into her eyes. Her name calling was getting old, and he was tired of it. He turned his head toward Jay. "What does Miss Adams owe you for the car repairs?" $995. Blake pulled money out of his pocket and handed it to Jay. Then he looked back at Taylor. "There, now you owe me $1,015. Go to hell, I owe you nothing, and I sure as hell am not going to work in that dump you call a bar." Blake's anger flared. His eyes blazing with fury, he grabbed the tire iron out of her hand and tossed it across the room. "You'll work for me, or I'll call the sheriff. I have a feeling we aren't the only ones you've done this to." He knew he had struck a nerve when he saw the look of fear in her eyes. Taylor sat back down in the chair in defeat. She had no choice but to do what this man was demanding. Her lips trembled a little when she looked at him. All right, you win. She gave him an icy stare and gritted her teeth as she hissed. But I'll make you regret your decision. Oh, I just bet you will, Miss Adams, he replied. Jay was standing back, watching as the two glared at one another. He could almost swear he saw sparks flying between them and knew his friend was in for a rough time. Jay, hide the car keys. We don't want the ice princess taking off before she pays me back. Then he looked at Taylor. Now grab your bags and come with me. Pouting, and with her hands on her hips started whining. Well, aren't you going to help me? He tilted his head, giving her a weary stare.
What?
She brushed the hair away from her face. I've got a lot of bags. I can't carry them all myself. He grabbed her bags and headed out. Follow me, he barked at her. Where are we going? She asked. Back to the bar. There's a room upstairs where you can stay while you're here, he answered. I don't know anything about working in a bar, she said, grumbling behind his back. You'll learn. He stopped, turned, and looking her up and down smiled. If you don't learn, then maybe you will have to work it off in bed after all. Over your dead body, Mr. Knight? Yeah, I better not. I'd probably get frostbitten sleeping with you. He started walking with his back to her. Dragging her suitcase behind Blake, she made a face at him. Joe was serving a table full of men when he saw Blake and the woman walk in. They went into the back room where there were steps leading to the upstairs. She followed behind him. They stepped into what she figured was someone's apartment. It was quite large. She went and walked around, checking out the large kitchen and living room. It also had a nice-sized bathroom, very modern, and had 2 bedrooms.
Who lives here?
Taylor asked. I do. You can use this bedroom, he said as he put her bags on the bed. Skeptical, she looked at him. And your wife or girlfriend? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, just me. I'm not staying here alone with you. God, you could be some kind of sexual pervert or serial killer. There's nowhere else for you to stay, princess. I could stay at the bed and breakfast. You don't have any money, and I'm not paying for it. Hey, wait 1 minute. If you have no money, how were you able to afford to stay there the last few days? Taylor went deadly quiet and turned her head, avoiding his eyes. He swore. Damn it, you skipped out without paying, didn't you? His accusing eyes burrowed into hers when he grabbed her chin, making her look at him. Yes, she mouthed the words. She actually felt guilty for sifting the elderly couple. That's just great. Now I'll have to go pay for it. Don't be mistaken. I'll be adding it to what you already owe me. Get settled. Tomorrow you start work. As he was walking out the door, she stopped him. Where are you going? I've got to get back to work. I have a business to run. You can't leave me here all alone. What am I supposed to do? And I'm hungry. She started whining. I don't care what you do. Watch TV, read. If you're hungry, there's plenty of food in the fridge. And tidy up the place when you're done. She scoffed. Oh, hell no. I may have to work in your bar, but I'll be damned if I'll be your personal maid. Taylor was driving him crazy with her constant whining. He walked over to her and roughly put her up against the wall. His arms were on both sides of her, trapping her between him and the wall. His eyes moved down to her breasts, which were heaving rapidly up and down, and he smiled. Your room and board are not part of the deal. You have to pay for it one way or another, your choice. The smell of Blake's aftershave was appealing to her senses, and she felt a tingling from her chest moving down to between her legs. She felt the heat from his body, and those lips of his were so close to hers. There was no mistaking what he meant. Placing her hands on Blake's chest, she felt a thrill when she felt how rock hard it was. But she pushed him away. You're a pig, she managed to say. He laughed and walking away went downstairs to work. Joe was anxiously waiting to find out what was going on. After Blake explained everything, Joe started laughing. So you got a woman living upstairs with you? and you're not sleeping with her. That's right, Joe. I'm short-handed with Carol away. So when she couldn't come up with the money to pay Jay, I did. Now she owes me. The woman is smoking hot, boss. Are you going to be able to keep your hands off her? Hell yeah. Wait till you meet her, Joe. That woman is mouthy, rude, and a spoiled brat. I bet she never worked a day in her life. I'll see to it that she works. After closing up for the night, Blake was so beaten and ready for bed. But when he saw the mess she had made, he became furious. She had eaten and left dishes all over the place, and the milk was still sitting on the counter. He stormed to her bedroom, intending on making her get up to clean her mess. The door was slightly ajar. He peeked his head inside. She was fast asleep, laying on her back with the covers off, wearing a satin gown that barely covered her body. Her hands were above her head, resting on the pillow. One leg was up and bent at the knee, showing off a long, slender leg. The top of the gown was low, revealing a great deal of her breast. Being a man, he couldn't help getting a little aroused. She had an amazing body, toned with not an ounce of fat on her. He was beginning to feel like a peeping Tom, so he closed the door quietly. Tonight he would let her sleep, but tomorrow she would work. Chapter 4. Blake was already done with breakfast by the time she woke up. When she came out of the bedroom, she yawned and stretched, which made her already short nightgown rise higher up her leg. He was getting a great view, and couldn't help thinking how nobody looks that good when they first wake up. But she did. Your nightgown is too revealing. Next time cover up, he said, and went back to reading the paper. Licking her lips, she smiled at him. Why? Don't you like what you see? It didn't go unnoticed how he checked her out before looking away. Oh, I like what I see, all right. It's just not appropriate. We only just met yesterday. Are you always in the habit of parading around half naked in front of strangers? She smirked. It doesn't bother me. I'm not ashamed of my body. I'm hungry. What's for breakfast? He was looking at her and couldn't help admiring her body. She had great legs and her breasts were amazing. Realizing he was staring, he looked away. Whatever you make, eggs are in the fridge. Taylor opened the fridge. He noticed she looked a little flustered. Perhaps I'll just have some fruit. My God, she can't cook, he said to himself, and looking at her asked, You can't cook, can you? She shook her head no, and for some reason, not knowing why, she felt embarrassed admitting that to him. Taking some fruit, she sat down at the table across from Blake. He watched as she nibbled on some berries. He knew he couldn't let her go hungry. I'll make something for you, but then you have to do the washing up and clean your mess up from last night. Blake finished his coffee while she ate. She looked at her nails, then at Blake. You want me to wash dishes with these nails? They'll get ruined. He got up and went over to the cupboard and pulled out a pair of rubber gloves. Here, princess, this should help. I have to go out for a while. Be downstairs at 2 o'clock and don't be late. I'll show you around and let you know what's expected of you. Oh, and don't forget to clean up.
Just as he walked out the door, she picked up the gloves and threw them, missing him and landing on the floor.
Pig,
she screeched.
The bar was open, and he waited for her to come down. He kept checking his watch. It was now 2:30 and still no sign of her. He was becoming impatient and turned to Joe. Damn that woman. I told her not to be late. Looks like I'm going to have to go up there and drag her down. Joe's jaw dropped wide open when he looked over Blake's shoulder. No need to do that, boss. She's here. He pointed towards her. Wow, Joe said quietly when he saw her. Blake turned around and stared at her. She was wearing a short skirt, a low-cut blouse so sheer you could see through it, and wearing high heels. Oh, hell no, he cursed. Get back upstairs and change your clothes. This is a respectable bar, not a strip joint. You're asking for trouble wearing that. She had a defiant look on her face when she snapped at him. And maybe your business will pick up. Okay, Ice Princess, wear it. But don't come crying to me when the men start grabbing you and the women start calling you names. We get a lot of truckers in here." He then introduced her to Joe. "Joe's my right-hand man. He mainly does the cooking around here, among other things." "Hi, Joe. It's so nice to meet you." She smiled when she shook his hand.
"Same here, miss," he said, returning the smile.
Joe watched with great amusement as she followed Blake around while he showed her where things were and what he wanted her to do. He chuckled to himself. She looked so bored and wasn't even paying any attention to him. "Do you have any questions at all?" "No." "Well, if you do ask me or Joe." He went to walk away, but then she called out, "Yes, I have a question. When is my break?" Tilting his head, he gawked at her. "Are you kidding me? Just get to work." "What do you want me to do? There's no one here." His shoulders tightened up, and he felt a headache coming on. "Get a cloth and wipe down the tables and lay down coasters." He had to go down to the basement to change a keg of beer, leaving Joe to keep an eye on her. Once he was gone, she sat down at the bar and talked to Joe. "Is your boss always so uptight?" "Nah, Blake's a good man, a great boss. What about you, miss? What brings you to these parts?" "I just needed to get away for a while. Thought I'd do some traveling. But I ran into some bad luck. Now I'm stuck here. This place is so boring. I don't know how you can stand living here." "It's a nice place to live, miss. The folks around here are really friendly. You just have to get to know them." "Please, Joe, call me Taylor."
An older man walked in and sat at one of the tables, waiting for service.
"Okay, Taylor, there's your first customer. Good luck." A look of fright crossed her face. "But what am I supposed to do?" "Go over and say hi, then ask him what he would like to have." Blake returned from downstairs. He and Joe watched as she went over to the man's table. When she walked up to the customer and she saw the way his eyes moved along her body, she became annoyed. She rudely asked him what he wanted. She hated the creepy look he gave her. "So, what do you want?" she snapped at him. "Well, hi there, little darling. You must be new here, doll." "Yes, I am. And my name is Taylor." "Don't call me darling. Now what do you want?" she snapped again.
"I'll have a beer and a piece of your ass,"
he said, leering at her breasts. Her face turned red, but instead of saying anything, she went back to the bar and waited for Blake while he poured the beer. Handing it to Taylor, he told her to be nice and to smile. Taylor gave the man a smile when she returned to his table, beer in her hand. "Sorry, you can't have a piece of my ass, but here's your beer." She poured it over his head and swore at him. "Bastard, don't you ever talk to me like that again." The customer jumped up, screaming at her. "Why, you little bitch, I ought to teach you a lesson." Blake rushed over and got in between them. "Hold it right there, mister. No one is going to teach anyone a lesson. I'm sorry about this. She's new. Have a couple of drinks, compliments of the house," he said, handing the man a towel to dry off with. The man glared angrily at Taylor as he accepted the towel. "No real harm was done, I guess. Just keep her away from me." He pointed at her. Blake grabbed Taylor's arm and led her into the back room. "Let go of me," she screamed. "Didn't you hear what that pig said to me?" "Yes, I heard. And it was wrong for him to say what he did. You're going to hear that kind of talk from truckers from time to time. Just ignore it. And in a way, this was your own fault." "My fault? How is it my fault?" "For one, it was the way you talked to him and the way you're dressed." "There's nothing wrong with the way I'm dressed." She looked over at Joe. "Is there, Joe?" Joe had been standing there listening to them arguing. His mouth fell open, looking from one to the other, not knowing who to side with. "Well, I like it," he finally answered. Blake shook his head at Joe, clearly not happy with his reply. "Taylor, go upstairs and change your clothes, and don't take too long." "I can't," she said, giving him a defiant stare. Blake closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. She was wearing on his last nerve. Okay, why can't you? What the hell is wrong now? My feet hurt. It's too hard walking up those stairs in heels, saying as she batted her eyes at him. He was in no mood for her games. He moved so quickly towards her. Becoming startled, she flinched, backing away. Putting his hands around Taylor's waist lifted her up onto the counter. He then held her foot as he removed her shoe, doing the same to the other foot. There, problem solved. Now go and change your clothes, he growled. Lifting her down, his hands lingered a few seconds longer than was necessary, finding himself looking into her eyes as she stared back. Clearing his throat, he let go and pointed to the stairs. The two men watched as she swayed her hips and proceeded to walk up the stairs, carrying her shoes. Blake saw Joe grinning and barked. What's so funny? Joe began snickering. Nothing, boss. Then he went back to work. He just knew that having Taylor here was going to be very interesting. Chapter 5. When she came back down and Blake saw what Taylor was wearing, he looked at Joe and hung his head. On my God, Joe, what am I going to do? This woman is killing me. Joe chuckled. Well, boss, it's a different look from last time. She was wearing a pair of old ripped jeans, a shirt which belonged to Blake and was way too big, and on top of all that it was dirty. Taylor walked right up to him and turned around, letting him get a good look. So, is this better? She asked with a smirk on her face. That's my shirt you're wearing. She started undoing the buttons. It was obvious she wasn't wearing anything under it. Fine, you want your shirt back, you can have it. He put his hands over hers, stopping her from undoing any more buttons. Keep it, he mumbled. Just go see what those men want, and be nice. Throughout the night, Taylor continued to be rude to the customers. Could not keep the drink orders right. Besides spilling drinks, she also dropped a tray of glasses. Broken glass littered the floor. Not only did she make mistakes with the cash, but she also let people leave without paying. Blake and Joe were in back talking when they heard Taylor calling out, telling Blake to hurry. Rushing into the bar, he slipped on something, landing flat on his, as into a puddle of beer, and it was still flowing from the tap. She covered her mouth, trying not to laugh as she looked down at him. Not being able to hold it, she burst out laughing. Getting up, he turned off the tap and faced Taylor. His teeth clenched, he snapped at her. What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you turn off the tap? I thought I did. I was only gone a minute, and when I saw the mess, I called you. She was still snickering. You think it's funny that I fell on my, as in a puddle of beer? Yes, I do. Oh, you should have seen the look on your face, so priceless. She giggled. Taylor walked away as Joe was coming out with the mop. Don't be too hard on the girl, boss. It could have happened to anyone. Blake turned to watch her as she talked to the men at one of the tables. I think she's doing it on purpose. She told me she would make me regret having her work here. And you know what, Joe? She was right, I do. Well, I kind of like the girl, boss. She's got spunk. He looked at Blake. You better go change your pants. Looks like you wet yourself. Right. Keep an eye on her until I get back. Walking away, he took another look at Taylor. God, she still looked hot. Even in those dirty, baggy clothes, he thought to himself. By the end of the night, he was exhausted, so he closed early. It was not a good night. Tonight, he lost money. He couldn't believe his eyes when she poured herself a glass of wine.
I'll add that wine to your debt, shall I?
Oh, come on, Blake. What? I can't have one drink after working all night. She glared at him. Fine, whatever. I'm done and I'm starving. No, you're not done. You still have the cleaning up to do. Her eyes widened. No way. Don't you have people to do that for you? Yes, I do, you. When you're done with that drink, get to it, he said, giving her a nasty grin. Taylor stood up, putting her hands on his chest. Feeling the muscles under his shirt, she batted her eyes. Can't we just go to bed? He looked down at her eyes. She had the longest dark lashes and the brightest green eyes that sparkled. There was no mistake in what she was suggesting. Removing her hand, he moved away. Nice try, Taylor. Now get to work. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. She was beautiful and SXY, and the heat from her hand was still warm on his chest, giving him her sad, puppy dog face. But I'm so tired and my feet hurt. My whole body hurts. I could use a massage. She looked at him and smiled. Get to work, he snapped. He would have let her off the hook if she were sincere, but he knew she was playing him to get out of the cleaning. Sorry, Ice Princess, but cleaning is part of the job. Well, I won't do the bathrooms. That's where I put my foot down, and you can't make me. Okay, I'll do them. The truth was he had no intentions of making her or any woman clean the bathrooms. They could at the best of times be disgusting.
After they were done cleaning, he made them a sandwich and poured them each a drink.
You really suck at this job, he said, looking at her. Then I guess you won't make me do it anymore. She smiled, thinking she was off the hook. Oh no, Ice Princess, you're not getting off the hook that easy. Stop calling me that. I don't like it. Getting up and grabbing her wine, she headed upstairs. He saw the look of hurt appear on her face when she said that. He felt bad. He didn't mean to hurt her feelings. She was so tired she went straight to bed. Her whole body was aching. It felt like it was on fire. Before long, she had drifted off to sleep, not waking till past noon. While she was in the shower, Blake went into her room and picked out a pair of jeans and a top for her to wear. When she found out what he had done, she was furious. How dare you go through my things? You had no right. That's my personal belongings. And now you think you can pick out what I'm going to wear. Until you learn to dress appropriately when working in my bar, yes, I will be. Now put these on, he said in a demanding tone. She crossed her arms and glared at him. Go to hell. Blake felt his temper rising. He was getting so tired of arguing with her. Put them on now, or I'll put them on you myself. No one is going to tell me what to wear, least of all you, and I'm not wearing those. She pointed to the clothes he was holding. Blake stood up. Then I guess it's up to me to put them on you. If it was a fight he wanted, it was a fight he was going to get, she said to herself. You wouldn't dare. Last chance. I'm not playing around. What's it going to be? Go to hell, pig, she yelled and turned to walk away. But Blake grabbed her from behind. She was kicking and screaming at him to let her go. He pulled her down on the sofa, trying to pull the jeans over her legs. She was slapping and kicking in every direction, hitting him in the shin. He couldn't get over how strong she was. Her nightgown was short, and during the struggle began to slip off, exposing her breasts. Grabbing at the top, she screamed out for him to stop. Okay, stop, you pig, I'll do it. Once he released her, she picked up the clothes and stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door and cursing him. He was breathing hard, and reaching down rubbed his shin where she had kicked him. He had no experiences in dressing a woman, only in undressing them, and she put up one hell of a fight. Blake went ahead downstairs to set things up. It would just be him and Taylor working tonight, since Joe had the night off. When she came down, he saw that she had undone most of the buttons on her shirt, showing off her breasts, and her shirt was tied at the bottom, revealing a toned, flat stomach. There was no way he was going to allow her to dress that way while working in his bar. He walked over and looking down at her face, she looked back up at him and smiled. Taking a hold of her arms, put her up against the wall. His eyes traveled down to her breasts. He could see them swelling as they rose rapidly up and down and felt himself becoming aroused. He started doing up her buttons. His hand brushed lightly against her breast. That's better. Don't dress like a tramp and people won't treat you like one. Taylor felt the burn between her legs. Her pulse quickened. He was so close, she thought he was going to kiss her, but he didn't. Her eyes went to his lips, wishing he would kiss her. And when his hand brushed against her breast, she didn't know if it was on purpose or not. "Is it really better, Blake?" she asked him. "I noticed how you took a good look at my breasts. I don't mind. Go ahead. Touch them if you want." "Stop it, Taylor," he barked. She grabbed his hands and placed them on her breasts. He looked into her bright green eyes that were staring back at him. Removing his hands from her breasts, he put one around her neck. With his thumb, he stroked her soft flesh. He felt his heart racing. She was indeed a very SXY and seductive woman. Any man would be insane not to be turned on by her. He was no different. "I will be the one who decides if and when I put my hands on you. Don't play me, Taylor. You won't win. Now go and unlock the door, and I swear you better behave yourself." What she had done unnerved him. He almost lost it, almost gave in. He liked how she felt. Even through her clothes, he could feel how firm she was. But for her to be so bold to do what she did, it just wasn't right. Going into the back room, he threw cold water over his face. This was going to be a long night, he said to himself. Chapter 6. Business was dead that night, so they sat down and talked. "Tell me, Taylor, why wouldn't your father send you the money?" Blake was curious. "That's none of your business." She was not about to tell this man. She had just met her personal business. "I know who he is, Paul Adams, a stockbroker from New York. He's wealthy, so why wouldn't he help his only child out?" Blake asked, watching her face, waiting for an answer. She would have had to have done something pretty bad for her father not to help her. If looks could kill, Blake would have been dead. She glared at him. "How do you know who my father is?" "When you called him, I had the number traced. Then I looked him up on the internet," Blake answered. Taylor stared at him. She couldn't believe he had the nerve checking on her family like that. "Well now, aren't you smart for a country hick?" Man, he was getting tired of her insults. "I think I know why he wouldn't help you." He felt her eyes burrowing into him. "He's probably sick of supporting you. You're spoiled, had people waiting on you hand and foot. Never worked a day in your life, unless you consider doing your hair and painting your fingernails work." "Shut up," she snapped. "Yeah, that's it. He's hoping you'll grow up if he cuts off the financial support." Taylor stood up angrily. Her eyes were filled with rage. "You bastard. You know nothing about me or what my life has been like, so shut your damn mouth." Blake saw tears spring to her eyes when she walked away and headed upstairs. He felt terrible. He was being hard on her. Cruel was more like it when he spoke to her. It's just that he was still angry at what she had done earlier. So when he locked up for the night, he didn't bother calling her down. He did the cleaning himself. Taylor crawled into bed, sobbing. Blake's words cut through her like a knife. He was being so mean. He didn't know what her life was like. It wasn't all roses and champagne. He didn't know the pain she had to endure because of her father's greed. Yet some of what he said was true. She was spoiled and never had to do anything for herself. She was still asleep when Blake woke up. He dressed and left the apartment, having to run an errand. When he returned, she was not upstairs. Going down to the bar, he found her there, drinking coffee. She looked so sad, which made him feel like a real jerk. "Taylor, are you okay?" he asked, seeing she had been crying when she turned to look at him. "No, I'm not all right. You're a cruel man, and you're just like every other man I know, either trying to get into my pants or treating me like a dumb bimbo, always putting me down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked to you like that. You're right, I don't know what your life is like. I've no right to judge you." She looked at him and could see he was being sincere. "Thanks. It's true, you know. Growing up, I never had to do anything for myself. Now I can't. My father spoiled me. He made me this way for his own selfish purpose. I was his ticket." Blake was curious as to what she meant by that. "What do you mean you were his ticket? Ticket to what?" She looked away, not wanting him to see her tears or to feel sorry for her. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Blake didn't believe her. It must be something. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm here for you. Look, I have to go out for a few hours. Will you be all right here by yourself? She was shocked, stared at him. What about the bar? I can't open it on my own.
We're not open today, so you can do whatever you want, he said as he stood to leave. Aren't you afraid I might steal your money and take off? I bet I could talk Jay into giving me my car, she said, smirking.
You won't. Besides, Jay will never give you the car unless I tell him to. He walked to the door and was about to leave when he stopped. Looking back and seeing her looking so forlorn, he knew he couldn't leave her like this. Hey, want to go for a ride with me? It'll be better than sitting here all day alone. Taylor was skeptical at first. Okay, I guess. Where are we going? To visit a woman I love. One who has taught me everything I know, he said, smiling.
Yuck. If it's a SX thing, then I'll just stay here.
Going over and taking her hand, he pulled her up, laughing. Come on, it's not like that. And again, I want to say I'm sorry for the way I talked to you. I had no right to treat you that way. She gave him a weak smile. That's okay, just forget about it. I've always been treated that way. I've heard it all my life, and I'm used to it. This kind of angered him. I can't forget it. Damn it, Taylor, no one has the right to treat you that way. She didn't know what to say. He was actually being nice to her, at first. Chapter 7. They drove for 20 minutes, stopping at a small log cabin. Getting out, he went to the back of the car, lifting the trunk, started pulling out bags of groceries. The cabin door opened, and out walked a woman in her early 70s. Blake, honey, you're just in time. I've made tea. Come on in and bring your friend. Hi, Grandma. I want you to meet Taylor Adams, he said as he gave her a warm kiss on her cheek. The old woman looked at Taylor and smiled. Come on in, sweetie. My, you are a pretty little thing. While Blake put away the food, his grandmother poured them all a cup of tea and set out some homemade cookies. So tell me, how do you two know each other? Blake didn't want Taylor saying the wrong thing, so he spoke up. She's helping me out at the bar while Carol's away. That's very kind of you, dear, to help out my Blake. She smiled. Oh, I'm happy to do it. He looked over at her, knowing she was being sarcastic. He hoped his grandmother wouldn't notice. Yes, lucky for me, she stopped at the bar. After chatting with some of the customers and finding out I was short-handed, well, she all but begged me to let her fill in. Shaking her head, she stared at him. It wasn't quite like that. It felt more like I was forced into doing it. I mean, Blake made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Now, Taylor, it all worked out. I got the help I needed, and you get to experience a different lifestyle. His grandmother watched and listened as the two bantered back and forth. She saw the chemistry between them, sexual chemistry, and though they weren't aware of it yet, they had feelings for each other. So where are you staying, dear? She's staying with me, Grandma, in the spare bedroom. His grandmother looked from Blake to Taylor, and she wondered how long it would be before they were sharing a bed. Her guess was it wouldn't be too long. Well now, that's nice. Where are you from, sweetie? New York, Mrs. Knight. My, you are a long way from home. So how do you like working for my Blake? Taylor seemed a little uneasy. Okay, I guess. But I'm not very good at it. I can't seem to do anything right. Things went quiet for a moment. Then Mrs. Knight turned to her grandson. Blake, honey, will you fix that back railing for me? It's loose. And chop some more wood for me.
Sure, Grandma. But if you wanted to get rid of me, all you had to do was say so.
He chuckled. Go on now, leave us women be, she said, giving him a loving swat on the back of the head. Giving her a kiss on the cheek, he walked out, leaving her alone with Taylor. You have a lovely home, Mrs. Knight. Thank you. Blake fixed it up for me, remodeled it from top to bottom. He's good with his hands. He even turned upstairs of his bar into an apartment. It was once a storage area. How long have you been working in the bar? Only a couple of days. 2 days, oh honey. You'll learn the ropes in no time. You're a smart woman. Taylor could feel the lump in her throat and swallowed, blinking back a tear. You're the only one that thinks that Mrs. Knight. The older woman looked at the young woman sitting across the table from her. There was something about the girl she liked. She could also see the sadness and loneliness in her eyes, and she couldn't help praying that this little beauty might just be the one for Blake, teach him to love again. People been putting you down all your life, haven't they, dear? Taylor teared up. She couldn't bring herself to answer. The old woman noticed. So now they got you believing you can't do anything. Don't let them do that to you. Show them how wrong they are. But they're right. I can't cook or clean. I have no skills at all. I can't even pour a glass of beer without messing it up. That's not true. It just takes time. You can do whatever you set your mind to. You have to believe in yourself. Now help me make dinner. Taylor looked up at the older woman. Mrs. Knight, I just told you I don't know how to cook. Then I'll teach you. I'll start you off with chops and potatoes. That's an easy dish. She takes Taylor's hand, and they head into the kitchen for her first lesson. Taylor found she was enjoying herself. Never had she peeled potatoes or seasoned meat. Mrs. Knight was actually making it fun. The older woman commented on how quick she was learning, which boosted her confidence, making her feel better about herself. Mrs. Knight saw her smiling for the first time. Not a fake one, but a genuine smile that lit up her face. Just then Blake walked in. Something sure smells good in here. His eyes went straight to Taylor. Don't just stand around. Go shower and change your clothes. Dinner's just about ready. His grandmother said, giving him a shove towards the stairs. When Blake came down, his shirt was opened, revealing a muscular chest, still damp from the shower. Taylor was standing at the counter when he reached over her, getting a glass from the cupboard, brushing lightly against her. Her heart started racing. He was so close she could smell his freshly washed body, not to mention his chest was right there, inches from her face. Excusing herself, moved away and sat down. During the meal, the two women did all the talking while he sat back and listened. That was delicious as usual, Grandma. Thank Taylor, she did most of the work, Mrs. Knight said, giving him a look that told him he had better say something nice or else. He looked at her. It was good. Perhaps you'll make it again for me. Taylor blushed. No one had ever given her praise, and she found it awkward. Not knowing how to respond, she kept quiet. After washing up, Blake kissed his grandmother a goodbye and Taylor hugged her. Thank you, Mrs. Knight. I had a lovely time and thanks for the talk. You're welcome, sweetie, but I want you to call me Grandma. She turned to Blake. You bring her back the next time you come.
On the drive home,
He wanted to know what she meant about the talk. It was nothing really. We talked about a lot of stuff. She's a wonderful woman. I really like her. Blake stared straight ahead. Yes, she is. And she has really taken a liking to you. It's not everybody she lets call her grandma. That woman and my grandpa raised me since I was 5 years old when my parents died. What happened to them? She asked. Killed in a car accident. Oh, Blake, I'm so sorry. How awful for you not to know your parents. His heart skipped a beat when she placed her hand on his arm, rubbing gently with long, slender fingers. He could feel the heat from her hand through his shirt. Though it was done in a sympathetic gesture, not a sexual one, he became slightly aroused, wishing she would remove it before she noticed. He asked her if she felt like stopping for a drink in the next town for a drink. At the bar, he ordered a beer for himself and a glass of wine for her. A woman walked over to them. She was a good-looking redhead. Blake, I haven't seen you in ages. Why haven't you called me? Louise, hi. I've been busy. This is Taylor Adams, he said nervously. After saying hello, the woman turned back to Blake. Give me a call and we'll go out. I had fun last time. Then she was gone. Taylor smiled at him. One of your girlfriends. I went out with her once, nothing serious. Taylor had a feeling he didn't want to talk about it, so she changed the subject. So you take food to your grandmother every week? Yes, she hates shopping. I'm afraid if I didn't she wouldn't eat. When I'm there, I do odd jobs around the place. I get a home-cooked meal and we get to visit. That's really good of you. She's lucky to have you. No, I'm the lucky one. How about you? Any other family besides your father? He noticed how she clutched the diamond necklace when she looked toward the dance floor. No, only him. I never knew my mother. I'm sorry, Taylor. How did she die? I don't know if she's dead or alive. She left when I was born. He saw how her bottom lip trembled ever so slightly. Hell, that's terrible. How could any mother leave her child? She looked into his eyes. Her own were filled with hurt. I was told she never wanted me, tried to get rid of me, but my father wouldn't let her. That picture in your wallet, the woman wearing the same necklace you have on, is that your mother? Yes, and this necklace and that picture is all I have of her. She went quiet, and he could see the pain it caused her to talk about it. It was written all over her face. Suddenly, she didn't seem so spoiled, just sad and lost. Would you like to dance? He asked her when he saw the way she was swaying to the music. Her face lit up and took his hand when he held it out. When he held her, he felt the beating of her heart against his chest. She felt so warm and soft, and he liked the smell of her perfume. You're a good dancer, Taylor.
Thanks. It's from years of dance lessons. Daddy insisted I learn every dance from ballroom to modern, and I do love dancing. It can be SXY or soothing.
She rested her head on his shoulder. He looked down at her. She seemed so fragile. Not the arrogant, nasty woman he met 3 days ago. Or maybe she was playing him. He couldn't be sure. She liked the feel of Blake's arms around her. His body was so toned, his scent intoxicating. It drew her to him. He was unlike any man she had ever known. She offered herself to him several times, and he turned her down. Any other man would have jumped her bones, leaving her feeling unfulfilled and lonely. Blake broke the silence. We should head back now. It's getting late. She looked up at him with her big blue eyes. Yes, I am getting tired, and you're making me work tomorrow. At home, Blake said he was going downstairs to check on things, saying goodnight to her. She decided to take a shower before bed. Not hearing him enter the bathroom, she screamed. Chapter 8. By the time he returned upstairs, she had already turned off the shower and was stepping out. Meanwhile, Blake, thinking she was in bed, stripped down naked and walked into the bathroom, intending on taking his shower. He opened the door and saw her standing, completely naked. His eyes moved slowly down, taking in every inch of her, then back up. She too was doing the same thing to him. Then she shrieked, grabbing a small towel, held it up to her, though it didn't cover much. How dare you, get out of here. Blake made no attempt to cover himself up. He just stood there in all his glory. I'm so sorry. I thought you were in bed. Her body was shaking. He wasn't moving. Why are you still here? Get out, she yelled. He walked out with a smile on his face, and just in time. Getting a good look at all of her, he had become aroused. She had an amazing body, and those breasts were so round and firm. He could just imagine how they must feel. And the hairless look, he had heard that some women shave or wax down there, but he had never seen it before, and he liked it. She was trembling with rage, as well as excitement. His body was toned and muscular. He was fit, and her face turned red thinking about his manhood. She felt the wetness as a throbbing started down deep in her inner core. How she would love to have that inside her, moving, making her come. She knew if he had come forward, he could have taken her right then, right there. When she came out of the bathroom, wearing only a towel wrapped around her, noticed he had on jeans. She gave him an icy stare as she snapped at him. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were in there.
He said apologetically. Seeing the door closed, you didn't think to knock first, she barked. Hey, I haven't shared my home with another person in a long time. I said I was sorry. What more do you want from me? You can wipe that smile off your face for one thing. I said I was sorry for walking in on you. But Taylor, I'm not sorry for what I saw.
You're a pig, Blake. I'm going to bed.
She stopped to look at him. Just so you know, I'm in there. She stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Laying in bed, she was still fuming over him walking in on her, and yet she was turned on. He had stood there in front of her, with no shame at all, letting her see all of him, and she liked what she saw. He was all man. His muscles were hard, long legs, and she wondered what it would be like to have them around her. What it would feel like to touch him, all of him. He had trouble sleeping that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her naked body. The way her breasts were heaving up and down from breathing so hard. Just thinking about her, he became aroused and felt an erection coming on. Closing his eyes again, he pictured them making love. It had been a long time since he had made love to a woman. He wanted one now. He wanted Taylor. He knew how crazy that was. He'd only known her 3 days. She was spoiled, lazy, and a pain in his side. Yet for some reason, which he couldn't explain, he was drawn to her. His desire to have her was getting stronger. So getting out of bed, he went to her door. Standing outside, he knew if he went in there, she would be more than willing. But he also knew that wasn't his way, so he turned and went back to his room. She was still angry with Blake in the morning, so she avoided looking at him, which made him smile. He saw the way she looked at him last night, how her eyes moved slowly down him and back up again. He decided to have some fun. Oh, too bad, you've got clothes on. I kind of liked the natural look on you. She was not amused and let him know. Don't be a pig. How dare you walk in on me? You'll never see me that way again. I don't know why you're getting so mad. I thought you liked showing off your body. You said you weren't ashamed of it. I'm not. It's my choice when and with whom I show it off to. That night, working in the bar, she felt more confident in herself, thanks to the talk she had with Blake's grandmother, and she was pleased with herself, having spilled only 1 drink and breaking only 3 glasses. She even got the orders right, well, most of them anyway. And she also managed to be nice to the customers. Joe noticed how well she was doing and mentioned it to Blake. Hey boss, will you just look at her? She's doing real good, getting the hang of things. But why is she shooting daggers at you? What did you do to piss her off? He smiled. Well, I kind of walked in on her when she was getting out of the shower. Joe's jaw dropped open. Ah, hell, man, why do these things never happen to me? So what happened? What did she do? After yelling and calling me names, she quit talking to me. But that's okay. At least now I'm getting some peace and quiet. Business was slow that night, and he was getting tired of the silent treatment and the dirty looks. So he put some money in the jukebox. He knew how much she liked to dance. Going over, he took her hand and headed to the dance area. What are you doing? She asked angrily. I don't want you to be mad at me any longer, so I thought we could dance. And you thought I'd forgive you if we danced. How easy do you think I am? I don't know how many times I have to say I'm sorry. You got something out of it too. He smirked. Oh, really? And what did I get out of it? A good look. I saw the way you were checking me out. Come on, don't be mad. I promise it won't happen again. He saw a grin appearing on her face. Wait a minute, is that a smile I see? She tried to hide the smile that crept up, but it was too late. He had seen it. I guess it was an accident. Just knock next time, okay? I promise. Now one more dance, and it's back to work. After closing and the cleaning was done, He poured them each a drink and put some music on. I have to ask you something. When I walked in on you, I noticed. He had stopped talking, his face turning red, and he looked embarrassed. You noticed what? That you had no. I mean, I've heard that women now. Oh, never mind, just forget it. She knew exactly what he was getting at, but was enjoying watching him squirm. Oh, I get it. This isn't the dark ages. We wax everywhere now. It feels and looks better. Don't you like it better this way? She asked, enjoying his uneasiness. Let's change the subject, he replied. Okay, how about that blonde that was flirting with you?
Who, Kathy?
Yeah, I know her. So why didn't you go for it? She was obviously into you. I'm not interested. Besides, she has a boyfriend, a big mother, one I have no intentions of fighting with. Oh, Blake, they're playing my favorite song, Come Dance With Me. Taking a hold of his hand pulled him off the bar stool. It was a slow, exotic song. Halfway through she turned around, took his hands and wrapped them around her waist. Reaching her arms up, she put them around Blake's neck. She was swaying her hips, grinding into him. Looking down at the curve of her neck, he leaned over. His lips touched her, and he kissed her neck. It was a soft kiss that sent shivers throughout her entire body. Something came over him. Maybe it was the way her body moved against him, or the smell of her sweet perfume. He couldn't help himself when his hand moved under her top, feeling her flat-toned stomach, then moved slowly up to her breasts. He closed his eyes when he caressed them. Feeling the nipples going hard, he let out a moan. She heard him breathing hard, as was she when he touched her. Letting go, he turned her around to face him. Hands on her hips, he looked down at her lips, which were slightly parted, in anticipation of a kiss. Her eyes closed. They had stopped dancing, and she opened her eyes. He pulled her close, crushing her against his body, their hearts pounding in their chests. And as corny as it sounds, it was just like in the movies. Their lips moved slowly toward each other. He looked at her lips. God, how he wanted to taste them. And just when his lips were about to touch hers, the phone rang, breaking the spell they were under. He pulled away and cleared his throat. I better get that, he said with a shaky voice. Her heart was racing, her body trembling like never before. His touch had lit a fire within her, one she had never experienced like this. You don't have to get it. Let it ring. I have to get it. Might be important. He saw the look of disappointment on her face. We can't do this. Let's just say we were saved by the bell. She waited while he answered the call, and when he came back, he put the palm of his hand on her cheek. That was Joe. His truck broke down and I have to pick him up. Go to bed. I'm going to be late getting back. She lay in bed that night, her body still throbbing. She wanted him. Her body was aching to be made love to. Slipping out of bed, she went to Blake's room, letting her nightgown fall to the floor by his door. Getting into his bed, she waited for him to come home, but soon she was fast asleep. Chapter 9. It was late when Blake finally returned home. He saw her silk nightgown laying on the floor outside his bedroom and knew what she was up to. Looking in, he saw her fast asleep in his bed. His heart did a flip. She looked like an angel, and couldn't help remembering what had taken place earlier. He should wake her and send her back to the other room, but he was just too tired. And knowing she was naked under the covers, he was afraid she might not have made it back to her room. So he closed the door and went to sleep on the sofa. Waking up alone in Blake's bed, she felt disappointed and hurt. She had expected him to come to bed and pick up where they had left off. Going over to the door, she picked up the nightgown and put it on. Finding him asleep on the sofa, she squatted down next to him, touching his cheek lightly with her fingertips, waking him. Why didn't you come to bed? She asked. The hurt could be heard in her voice. His eyes were glazed over from sleep as he tried to focus. Because you were in my bed. Why? You know why? She answered, touching his cheek. I was waiting for you. I wanted you, and I know you wanted me too. He sat up, removing her hand. No, Taylor, We got caught up in the moment. I went too far and I'm sorry. Tonight, sleep in your own bed.
Is that what you really want? She asked.
Yes, it is, he answered, even though he wasn't being totally honest. She got up and turning away walked to her room, clearly angry. Leaving the door open, she pulled the nightgown over her head. He turned his head, but not in time. He saw her naked and knew that she did it on purpose. She was making it hard for him to resist. She was, after all, a very seductive woman. The next couple of days were tense between them, and he blamed himself. He should never have put his hands on her in the first place. But God, he couldn't stop himself. She felt so warm and soft. The way she was swaying her body and grinding up against him drove him into a frenzy of heated desire. He wanted her, and if the phone hadn't interrupted them, when it did, he would have made love to her. He wanted to fling her onto the pool table and take her. He had never felt such a desire like that for anyone before. But this woman was getting into his head and messing with it. He knew he'd have to keep his thoughts and desire in check whenever she was around. He poured himself a whiskey and swallowed it in one gulp. He kept his eyes on her all night. She was driving him crazy with the way she was flirting with all the men. Then looking to see how he'd react, trying to make him jealous. And damned if he wasn't. But he wasn't going to let her know that. Joe could always tell when they were fighting, which was most of the time. He just wished that they would do it already. That's what it was all about. Everyone could feel the sexual tension building between the two. Taylor was sitting at the bar on her break, while Blake was wiping down some glasses, neither one speaking. A group of young women walked in. They walked past and smiled at Blake, and he smiled back. Taylor was going to get up, but he stopped her. Finish your break. I'll get these ladies. He then walked over to their table. She watched as he took their order and how they started flirting with him. It made her jealous when he started flirting back, mainly with the cute little redhead. So when he went into the kitchen to talk to Joe, she went over to the ladies' table and asked if they wanted another round. The redhead started asking Taylor about Blake. Is that man married? He's drop-dead gorgeous. She smiled at the girl. He's not married, but I'm sure he and his partner are talking about it as we speak. Taylor looked toward the opening behind the bar, where they saw the two men talking. She smiled. She couldn't believe her luck. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect. At that moment the women looked and saw the two men hugging. Of course, Taylor knew it was because Joe had just told him he was getting married. Blake was congratulating him, but the women didn't know that. The women stared through the opening in the wall, shock written all over their faces. Oh my gosh, are you saying he's gay? Taylor smirked. Afraid so, ladies. So do you all want another round? No, I think we'll go to Sonny's bar. I hear the bartender is cute. Blake came from out back, just as the ladies were leaving. Leaving so soon, ladies? He asked. They didn't answer him, but they did giggle when they walked past him. He overheard one of them say to the others that all the cute ones were either married or gay. He turned to Taylor, who was grinning. What did you say to those ladies?
Me?
What makes you think I said anything to them? She tried to look innocent, but failed miserably. I saw you talking to them. Come on, so what did you say? A wicked smile crossed her lips. I might have let them believe you were gay. When they saw you hugging Joe, they jumped to the conclusion that you two were a couple. You told them I was gay? What did you do that for? He felt himself becoming angry. She shrugged her shoulders. For the fun of it. How do I know? Maybe you are gay. He grabbed her, pulling her roughly into his arms, cupping one hand behind her head, the other one around her waist. Leaning down, his lips came crashing down on hers, her body pressed into his. Pulling away, he stared into her eyes and hissed, "We both know I'm not. Don't ever do that again." Releasing her, he picked up some dirty dishes and took them into the back. Taylor stood there, breathing heavily, her lips still feeling the impact of Blake's lips. It was their first kiss, and it was amazing. Touching her lips with her fingers, she smiled. Joe could tell Blake was pissed off and knew it had to do with Taylor. They were always fighting and making sly comments to one another. What did she do now, boss? Damn it, Joe, that woman is driving me insane. I have half a mind to put her over my knee and give her a good spanking. Trouble is she would probably like it. So what did she do to piss you off this time? Joe asks. Oh, you'll never guess what she did this time. She told that group of women that I'm gay. Joe stared at Blake and then burst out laughing, holding onto his side. So you find that funny, do you, Joe? He was laughing so hard he couldn't speak, so he nodded his head. Blake smiled at Joe. Keep laughing. She also told them that you're my partner. Joe stopped laughing and stared wide-eyed at Blake. No way. Why would she do that? Then, seeing the humor in the whole thing, they both started laughing. He said no more to Taylor about the whole gay thing while they cleaned up for the night. As they sat having their nightly drink, Taylor stood between his legs. Reaching up, she went to kiss him. The memory of his kiss burned through her like a raging fire, and she wanted more. But he stopped her. Taylor, don't, he snapped. Why? You kissed me earlier. Taking her arms from around his neck and standing up. I only did that to prove to you I wasn't gay, so don't get any ideas. It's never going to happen between us. Good night, he said as he turned and went upstairs. Chapter 10. The next night Taylor was on break when a group of people walked in, sitting in the booth behind her. They hadn't seen her sitting there. She could hear them talking about her. The one said to the others, I can't wait to see this woman Blake has working for him. I hear she's cold as ice. Everyone is calling her the Ice Princess due to the fact she's frigid, and she throws herself at every man that walks in here. Why would she even bother? Hearing this, Taylor felt like crying. Sneaking quietly out of the booth, she went in back and headed up the stairs. Blake was on his way down when he saw her. She looked as though she was crying. Taylor, what's wrong? He was taken by surprise when she slapped him. You bastard. You're what's wrong. You've got everyone calling me Ice Princess. How could you humiliate me that way? Calm down, Taylor. I must have been overheard. I'm sorry your feelings got hurt, but maybe if you were nicer to people they'd stop calling you that. Joe could hear them fighting and thought to himself, there they go again. You're all a bunch of stupid country hicks. I don't care what you all call me, I hate you. She went to walk past him, but he stopped her. Where do you think you're going? Upstairs. Now let go of me. You're not done work, he told her, still holding on to her. She pulled her arm out of his grip and yelled, So fire me then. Rubbing his face where she had slapped him, he smiled as she walked up the stairs, thinking how she could be so dramatic at times. It wasn't busy, so he decided to leave her be. He would send Joe home early and close for the night. Later, he took a glass of wine up for Taylor. She was watching TV and painting her nails. Holding the wine out to her, he smiled. A peace offering. She gave him an icy stare. Do you really think a cheap glass of wine will make me forget what's being said about me? No, I wanted to apologize for calling you Ice Princess and for it catching on. He saw how hurt she was. It was written all over her face, and he felt sorry for her. Maybe I am a spoiled rich brat, but I still have feelings, and they can be hurt. He sat down next to her. You're right, I'm so sorry. Save it, Blake. The sooner I leave here, the better. I'm going to bed. She got up, taking her glass of wine, not bothering to say good night, and leaving her mess laying around, which added to his frustration. When he woke up, she was nowhere in sight. She was usually the last one to wake up, and she wasn't downstairs. After what happened last night, his gut was telling him she was up to something. He figured he'd take a walk over to the garage, just to make sure her car was still there. He found her there, talking to Jay, so he stood back, out of sight, and listened. She was sitting on his desk, Her skirt hiked up and legs crossed. She was smiling at Jay, and they were laughing. They had no idea he was standing there. "What do you say, Jay? Will you let me take my car?" "I can't, miss. Blake would be really mad." "To hell with Blake. I'll send him the money as soon as I can." She started swinging her legs, drawing Jay's attention to them. "Why don't you and I go out for drinks or dinner, whatever you want?" she said, smiling at him. Jay grinned. "That would be nice. When would you be wanting to leave?" He was grinning like a schoolboy in heat. His eyes were glued on her legs. Then he glanced up and saw Blake standing there, looking very angry. Looking embarrassed, he jumped out of the chair and cleared his throat. "Blake, we were just talking." Taylor turned her head, and seeing him standing there with his arms crossed, her face turned red. She knew she was in deep shit. He stared at Taylor. He was so angry with her that he wanted to shake her senseless. "I know what the two of you were talking about. I heard it all. She's playing you again, Jay. She'll take the car and you'll never see her again, and I won't get my money back." He walked over to the desk and with force yanked her off the desk. Holding her arm in a tight grip, he all but growled at her. "Nice try. Better luck next time. Let's go. You've got work to do." "Let go of me, you pig," she screamed. "You can't keep me here against my will." He was so fed up with her antics and fighting with her. He was rough when he gave her a shove away from him. "You're right, I can't. Give her the damn keys, Jay." He turned to her. "Let's see how far you can get before the sheriff catches up to you. They're going to love you in jail. It won't be long till you become someone's bitch." Her eyes filled with tears, and the fear of going to jail scared her. She cursed Blake. "You bastard, I hate you. I'll make you wish you had let me go." Yeah, I've heard it all before. You hate me. And for the record, lady, I do regret having you work for me. Now let's go. There's work to do." While they were getting the bar ready to open, Taylor was making a lot of noise, cursing the whole time. He had to remind her to watch her mouth when they opened. She decided to try a different approach with Blake. Instead of cursing and calling him names, she would seduce him. No holding back. If she had to, she would have sex with him. She never had trouble getting men to do what she wanted them to. And Blake was no different. He was a hot-blooded male. She also knew he was attracted to her, though he kept fighting those feelings. She undid a few more buttons on her top, hiked up her skirt, and sat on the edge of the pool table, legs crossed. Leaning back on her hands, called out to him, "Blake, can you come over here and take a look at my feet? I think I stepped on something." He looked over and saw her sitting on the pool table, looking sexy and seductive. He smiled as he watched her run her tongue over her lips. He went over and looked down at her slightly parted lips. She did look so damn sexy, and he had to fight to control himself from giving in. He pictured throwing her down on the table and tearing off her clothes, getting on top and having her legs wrapped around him. Then he pulled out of the trance he was in. This wasn't the first time he had these thoughts about her, and it had to stop. Yes, it had to stop before he followed through with it. But damn, she was making it hard for him to pull away. He was amused at the length she was willing to go to in order to get her way. Well, she wasn't the only one who could play games. He got down on one knee. Putting one hand on her slender ankle, removed the shoe. Then slowly ran his hand over the bottom of her foot. It was more of a caress. Then he did the same with the other foot. She felt the warmth from his hand on her skin. It made her shudder. It felt sensual. A tingling sensation raced through her body. When he replaced her shoes, he moved his hand slowly up her leg. She gasped and closed her eyes. His touch set off a spark of desire, and a throbbing began to burn between her thighs. "There's nothing there," he told her. Standing up, he stood between her legs. He smiled when he saw her eyes were closed and lips parted as if in wait for a kiss. Putting his hands on her arms, brought his face down to hers, almost touching. He then brushed his lips lightly over hers, Then he whispered, "These little tricks of yours might work on Jay and some of the other men, but they won't work on me." Her eyes flew open. She had gotten so lost in his touch, the way his hand felt as it moved up her leg, and how those lips felt when they brushed up against hers. She wanted him bad. He snapped at her. "Do up your buttons. Showing off your breasts won't work either." Pushing him away, she jumped off the table. "You pig, who are you to refuse me?" Blake was angry, so he gave it to her, his voice harsh, words cutting into her. "I'm someone who won't fall for your cheap tricks. Shame on you for using your body to get what you want. And with poor Jay, he's a good, decent man, married with kids, and you tempt him with your body." She stood there, biting her bottom lip, listening to his words. "Look at me," he barked. "Do you want to break up his marriage? 'Cause that's what would have happened if his wife had overheard you both talking. Shame on you. One day you'll try that on the wrong man and find yourself in a whole lot of trouble." "I can handle myself," she cried. Blake ran his hand through his hair. There was no getting through to the woman. She was impossible. "Oh hell, just go open the door." He snapped at her. She did feel bad about playing Jay. She would never want to break up someone's marriage. He wore no wedding band, so how was she to know? Didn't men wear wedding rings these days? Well, she wasn't about to let Blake know how bad she felt. She was angry and pouted all night until some truckers came in. It was time to have some fun. Chapter 11. Taylor pouted most of the night, making sure that Blake saw her flirting with all the men. When she came back to the bar, he grabbed her arm, stared her straight in the eyes. "Grow up. Stop acting like a spoiled brat." She smiled and batted her eyes. "You told me to be friendly. That's what I'm doing." "Oh, what's the matter? Are you getting jealous?" He stared into her eyes before letting her go. "So that's why you're acting this way, thinking I'll get jealous? Not a chance. You're not my type. I've never been into blondes. Now get back to work." He was getting concerned about her flirting with the truckers, that it was getting out of hand. She was going to get herself into trouble that she might not be able to handle. There were several different truckers in the bar tonight, ones he had never seen before. The regular he knew and could handle, but he didn't know these men. He noticed she was spending a lot of time with one in particular, a man in his early 40s. He watched them as they danced, feeling his anger rising when the man put his hand on her rear. For some reason, this pissed him off, but then she moved it back up to around her waist. Joe came out from the back and saw how Blake was watching Taylor and the trucker. He could see how mad he was getting. "What's up, boss?" "That man dancing with Taylor. I smell trouble. We better keep an eye on him." Blake was close to losing it. "Boss, could it be that you're a little jealous?" "Joe, I'll tell you what I told her. Not a chance. She's not my type." "Like hell, she's not," Joe thought to himself. The man was whispering into her ear, and she laughed, nodding her head. Then the man, taking her hand, walked outside.
Blake waited 10 minutes, and when they didn't return, he decided to go check on her.
She found herself pinned up against the wall. "Come on, baby, just one kiss." "No, let me go, you're hurting me," she cried, trying to get away. "I bet you like it rough. Come to my truck, and I'll give it to you as rough as you want it." "You're wrong about me. Let me go. I have to get back to work before my boss comes looking for me." "No, baby, you have to see the inside of my truck. It has a really nice bed inside," he said as he tried kissing her. His grip on her tightened, making her cry out in pain. "Stop it, you're hurting me." "You little slut, I know you want it. Is it money you want? I have $100 for you. Now come on, we're going to my truck." "Stop it, let me go, you're hurting me." She struggled, trying to break free. "The lady said you're hurting her. Now let her go." Blake's voice rang out. "She's not interested." The man looked at Blake and barked at him to leave. "Get lost." This is between me and this bitch. And believe me, she's interested. You saw her in there, she was all over me. A real tease, this one. Gave me a hard-on. Now she has to take care of me. Blake's temper was at its boiling point. Walking over, he pulled her out of the man's grip and yelled at her to go inside. She tried to explain. But Blake, I said, go inside now. He was so angry and yelled so loud it frightened her, and she backed away in fear. Turning, she ran inside and stood behind the bar. Joe, seeing how scared she was, went over to her. What's going on out there? He asked. Oh, Joe, Blake is so angry, and it's all my fault. Oh, what have I done?
Well, you do push his buttons, girl, Joe answered.
Not 10 minutes later, Blake returned, out of breath and looking very angry. Taylor bit her bottom lip, watching as he walked toward the bar, holding his hand in the other. Grabbing a small bucket filled with ice, stuck his other hand inside. He gave her a look of total disgust. She looked at his hand. You've hurt your hand. What did you do?
Eyes blazing with anger, he snapped at her. What the hell do you think I did? I've had enough of you for one night. I don't want to see you anymore tonight. Get upstairs. Next time, I'll let the guy take you. If you want to get raped, that's up to you. I won't stop it again.
I'm so sorry, Blake. He took a step towards her, still angry. She gasped and backed away, putting her hands up as if to protect herself from being hit. She turned and ran up the stairs. The two men looked at one another in bewilderment. Hell, Joe, I wasn't going to hit her. I know you weren't going to, boss, but someone has been hitting that girl. She ran to her room and laid on the bed and started crying. She knew this was all her fault. If he hadn't come out when he did, things could have gone terribly wrong. He was right. She messed with the wrong man and almost paid a high price. Morning came, and he was still so angry and wouldn't talk or look at her. When he did speak, it was to tell her he was going to his grandmother's. Her TV wasn't working, so he was going to see if he could fix it. Can I go with you? She asked, her voice coming out in just a whisper. He went quiet again. He really wanted to yell at her, wanted to remind her what could have happened if he hadn't stopped it. Instead, when he looked at her, his heart started to soften. Okay, as long as you keep quiet. But on the drive, she was anything but quiet. She kept chattering on about nothing in particular, just small talk. He didn't answer back until she mentioned what happened the previous night. Why did you hit that man last night? You could have just sent him on his way, let him leave. Turning, he gave her a dirty look. Are you happy that I hit him? Tell me something. Did it turn you on knowing I had to punch him on your account? No, of course not. I'm just sorry you hurt your hand. Is it okay? She asked, as she looked at it. He gave her a weary glance. A little, but it'll be all right. God, I thought you were going to be quiet. When they got to his grandmother's place, the women took their tea outside, leaving Blake to fix the TV.
Well, my dear,
how is work going? Great, I'm doing much better, thanks. She got up and went over, smelling the flowers. Mrs. Knight could see the sadness in her eyes and knew the girl was in torment. What is it, girl? What's troubling your heart? She went and sat next to Mrs. Knight. There was something about the older woman that she liked. She was the only person to whom Taylor felt she could confide in. I'm a rotten person. I mess everything up. I can't do anything right. Blake is always getting mad at me. Now that doesn't sound like my Blake. He's usually so patient and understanding. Oh, it's not his fault. It's me, I'm afraid. I'm always saying or doing the wrong thing. My father always said that it was a good thing I had beauty because I was as dumb as they come. Tears appeared in her eyes.
Oh, sweetie, that's not true. Your father is a fool if he thinks that, and an even bigger one for saying it. Mrs. Nesnight felt terrible for Taylor. How could any father say such a thing to a child?
Taylor hugged her. Thank you. You're always so kind to me. I wish I had a grandmother like you growing up. It was then that Blake walked out. I got your TV working, Grandma. It just needed new wiring. Thank you, dear. Will you be staying for lunch? Love to, Grandma, but Joe's off today, and we have to get back to open the bar. After saying goodbye, Taylor waited in the truck. At the last minute, the older woman asked Blake to do something inside the house for her. Once inside, he asked her what she wanted him to do. Nothing. I just wanted a private word with you. Blake, dear, what's going on between you and Taylor? I can feel the tension between you two. He knew better than to lie to his grandmother. She was too smart. And he grew up believing she could read minds. She always knew what people were thinking and feeling. Sitting down, he put his head in his hands. Then he looked up at her. I don't know what to do, Grandma. That woman goes out of her way to make me mad. She argues with me all the time. Leaves her stuff laying all around the apartment. Never puts the milk back in the fridge, and walks around half naked upstairs. I've told her countless times to wear more clothes when we're alone. He shakes his head. And don't get me started on what she does when she's working. Mrs. Knight smiled. Boy, the only way someone can upset you this much is if you care about them. I don't care about Taylor, not in that way. Why would you even say that? That's crazy. Blake kept rambling on. She's a messy, irritating woman that's become a pain in my side. She patted his shoulder. Oh, my dear, sometimes when two people are attracted to each other, they do things to irritate the other, and they fight. It's usually a sign of passion and a way of hiding their feelings. He looked at her. If you're saying I have feelings for her, you're wrong, and I've only known her a week. A week, a day, even in a minute, two people can fall for each other. Blake, it's been over 2 years now. Time to open up your heart and move on. When I do move on, it won't be with Taylor. Got to go, Grandma. Love you, bye. Mrs. Knight waved to them as they drove away. It's only a matter of time, she thought to herself. They drove back in silence as he thought about the talk with his grandmother. True, he was sexually attracted to Taylor, who wouldn't be. She was smoking hot. She was nothing but a pain. Damn bras and panties hanging wet everywhere he looked. Her makeup and lotions covered his bathroom counter. No, his grandmother was crazy if she thought he had feelings for her. Chapter 12. When the bar opened, Blake turned and gave Taylor a stern look. Behave yourself tonight, or I will send you packing. And bear in mind, you still owe me. I'd hate to have to call the sheriff. She whirled around, staring at him with anger flashing in her eyes. Will you stop threatening me with that? I'm so sick of it. If you want to go ahead and call him. Geez, it must be almost paid off by now. Far from it, he barked. You've only been working a week. And don't forget I've had to include the broken dishes, spilled drinks, not to mention all the mistakes you've made with the cash. You're a real jerk, Blake. I hate you, she said, cursing as she walked away from him. It had been busy that night, and she was exhausted by the end. But he was determined to punish her, still angry about her behavior the night before. As tired as she was, he made her stay behind to do the cleaning. Wash the floors, and the grill needs a good scrubbing. A look of total bewilderment crossed her face. What? Aren't you going to help me? No. I promised a buddy I'd help him with his car. Do a good job, or I'll make you do it all over again. Taylor began whining. This isn't fair. It's too much work for one person. It'll take me forever. Then you better get started. When Blake's back was turned, she let out a loud shriek and threw a wet sponge, hitting him in the back. He turned to look at her and laughed. Oh, and don't forget to do the bathrooms. 3 hours later, when he returned, he found her asleep in one of the booths. Taylor, wake up. You can't sleep here. She opened her eyes and yawned, then closed them again. Go away. I'm too tired. I'll sleep here tonight. Taylor opened her eyes again, but only for a second before shutting them, muttering as she drifted off to sleep. Why are you so mean to me?" Looking down at the sleeping woman, he started feeling bad. Maybe he was being too hard on her. She did look beat. He felt his heart melting as he watched her, so peaceful and content to be sleeping there. He picked her up in his arms and carried her upstairs. She didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Laying her down on the bed, he removed her shoes, then leaning over kissed her forehead. "Good night, Taylor," he said softly. She opened her eyes and looked deep into Blake's eyes. Her hand reached up to touch his chest, leaving it there. When he looked down at her lips, his heart started racing. It was like he had no control over his actions. He was being pulled toward her lips. He kissed her with a hunger that had been buried deep for so long. With a swift thrust of her tongue, she entered his mouth. Her tongue danced around, sending Blake into a heated frenzy of desire. The kiss turned even more passionate, more demanding. It intensified so much that nothing could have stopped it. They couldn't get enough of each other's lips. Laying on top of Taylor, his hand moved up her leg and under the dress. Her soft flesh felt so good, and her lips soft and moist. He moved up to her breasts. When he realized she wasn't wearing a bra, his desire grew more fierce. He then began caressing them. He could hear her moaning softly as she squirmed beneath him. Tearing open Blake's shirt, she tore her lips away from his, putting them on his chest. She then began sucking on the nipple. Blake's body was quivering. He groaned when she flicked her tongue over them. He was so turned on. No woman had ever done that to him before. Taking hold of her face, brought his lips down hard on hers, then moved down her neck, leaving little feather-like kisses along the way. Pulling her dress down past her shoulders, moved his lips over them, moving down till he reached her breasts. Taking one in his mouth, running his tongue around the nipple, felt them getting hard. He could feel her squirming frantically beneath him, moving her hips. She succeeded in undoing his belt and pulling down the zipper. He pulled down her panties, and between the two of them, she was able to wriggle out of them. Then he heard her cry out, "Blake, I want you to take me." He was getting ready to remove her dress when he stopped suddenly. He was breathing hard as his erection throbbed. Putting his hands on both sides of her, raised himself up, looking down at her. She opened her eyes when he stopped. "Don't stop," she cried. "Why did you stop? Oh God, what did I do wrong now?" He had such sorrow in his eyes when he looked at her. "Nothing, you're great. I just can't do this, I'm sorry." Getting off Taylor, he got out of bed and pulled up his pants, looking down at her. "I'm so sorry, Taylor, I really am." When he went to leave, she jumped out of bed and stood in front of him, blocking the doorway. "Why can't you? Don't you want me?" "Of course I want you. You've got no idea how hard it was for me to stop, but it wouldn't be right." "Why wouldn't it be?" she demanded to know, and she wasn't going to move until he told her. "You work for me. I don't want to take advantage of you. And what's the point in starting something when you're going to be leaving soon? So what? You can still have me. I want you too." Letting her dress fall to the floor, she stood naked in front of him. "I'm sorry. I'm not that kind of man. I won't make love to a woman just for sex. There has to be more. I have to have feelings for her." "But you do feel something for me. I felt how hard you were when you were on top of me. You want to make love to me. I know you do. Blake, make love to me. I want you." He looked down into her tear-stained face, saw her body trembling. He took her in his arms and held her, stroking her hair. "Taylor, stop. What you felt was my arousal. That's not what I'm talking about. I was only feeling sexual desire. I wanted more than anything to make love to you, but I won't." He pulled away and made her look at his face. "Don't degrade yourself by letting men take you to bed just for sex. You deserve so much more than that." Taylor was hurt and feeling neglected. She never had men turn her down until now, and she didn't like it. Shoving him back, she shouted, "Why not? That's all you men want, to use a woman's body for your own sexual pleasure. You don't care about our needs as long as you can stick it in. I can have any man I want, and you, Mr. Knight, I no longer want. Get out. Not all men are like that. I'm not, and I didn't mean to hurt you, Blake said as he tried to take her back into his arms, but she pushed him away and got into bed, yelling at him to get out.
After he left, she broke down and cried, feeling worthless. Men have always used her for her body. She didn't know any different. She thought if she gave them what they wanted, it would lead to love. That's all she ever wanted, was to be loved. But it never worked out that way. They used her till they got bored, then moved on to someone else. Blake was a good and decent man, and if he didn't want her, then what chance did she have of finding true love?
He could hear her crying, and it tore him up inside, knowing it was his fault. In the morning, she felt embarrassed, so over breakfast, she apologized to him. I'm really sorry for my behavior last night. I was being immature. I acted like a desperate woman begging for sex. I'm so ashamed. You were right not to make love to me. We hardly know each other. His heart skipped a beat when he looked at her. She was speaking from the heart and was showing a soft, sweet, and vulnerable side of herself. He couldn't help wondering what kind of life she had before coming here. It's not that I didn't want to make love to you. Believe me, I did. You are a beautiful and desirable woman, but you deserve a man who will want more from you than just sex. Shaking her head, she avoided his eyes. Yes, you're right. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go down now and start getting things ready. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked so sad it broke his heart to see her that way. He realized he liked her as a person, and he hoped she knew she could be more than a sex toy for men. It was busy that night, and he could see how beat she was, so after closing, he poured them both a drink. After you drink this, why don't you go on up to bed? But what about the cleaning? Don't worry about it, I can handle it, he said, giving her a smile. Well, if you're sure, I am really tired. He placed the palm of his hand on her cheek, stroking tenderly. You did real good tonight. You're really getting the hang of things. She removed his hand from her cheek and slid off the bar stool. I think I'll take my wine up with me. Good night, Blake. He watched as she walked away. He felt as if he had lost something, and an overwhelming sense of sadness filled his heart. Taylor knew she had to get away from him. His touching her only made her want him all that much more. Didn't he know what he was doing to her? Chapter 13. Over the next few days, Joe noticed a big change in Blake and Taylor. On how they were behaving around each other, they rarely spoke. The endless bickering stopped, so he asked him if he and Taylor were fighting, though it wasn't the usual yelling and name-calling. What's up with you two? She seems so down in the dumps, and you're not in a good mood either. I kind of miss all the bickering and the excitement of not knowing what you two will do next. All right, I'll tell you. But Joe, you have to keep it between us, okay? Sure, boss. You know you can trust me. The other night I almost made love to her, but I stopped. She's still a little mad at me. Why is she mad? Is it because you tried it on with her? Joe was waiting anxiously to hear all the details. No, not exactly. She's mad because I wouldn't go through with it. Joe looked at him as though he had lost his mind. Damn, boss, why not? What's wrong with you? A beautiful woman wants you, and you refuse her. It's not that simple, Joe. I don't want to get involved with someone who won't be sticking around, and it wouldn't be right. Or are you afraid of getting hurt again? Maybe you're starting to care for Taylor more than you'll admit to. It's been 2 years, Blake. Move on. What harm is there in having a bit of fun? Take the girl to the annual dance tomorrow night. She looks like she could use some cheering up. I don't know if that's such a good idea, Joe. I'm not saying sleep with her. Just go out and have some fun. She's been working hard and deserves a night out. The next morning, Blake had coffee and toast ready by the time she woke up. He was going to ask her to the dance, and for some reason, he was nervous as hell. It reminded him of when he was in high school and asking a girl out for the first time. There's a dance tonight over in the next town. I was thinking of going. She glanced up at him. She thought he looked nervous. Well, you should go. I hope you have a good time. He wiped the sweat from his brow. I know how much you love dancing. I thought you might like to go with me. Taylor smiled, hesitating before answering. Are you asking me out on a date? He smiled to himself. He hadn't been on a date in almost a year and felt like a kid at that moment. Yeah, I guess I am. So, how about it?
I'd love to go with you,
she answered. When she smiled at him, he felt a pulling in his heart. It was a feeling of happiness. Great, it's a date. Blake stood drinking a beer in his dark suit, wearing a new white shirt and tie that he had bought for the occasion. When he saw her walk out of the bedroom wearing a short black strapless dress, one that hugged her curves, he was floored. She had curled her hair, and it flowed down her back and shoulders. She took his breath away, and he knew she was going to turn heads tonight. Wow, that dress. You look stunning. Taylor blushed. Hearing this from Blake made her feel special. Thank you. And you look so handsome in your suit. After staring at her for what seemed like ages, he cleared his throat. Since it's a date, I got you these. He held out a small bouquet of flowers. Taylor took them, smiling. Men were always giving her flowers, expensive long stem roses. But to her, this bouquet was the nicest she had ever received. They're beautiful, thank you. I'll just put them in some water before we go.
As she reached for a vase that was on the top shelf in the cupboard, her dress rose up her leg. He watched as she stretched more, making the dress dangerously close to her butt cheeks. Here, let me help you.
Going over, he stood behind her, reaching up and grabbing the vase. She felt his hard body as it rubbed up against her. When he moved back, she turned around, looking into his eyes. She thought he was going to kiss her, but instead handed her the vase. Blake felt the pounding of his heart. Being that close and the way she smelled, he wanted to kiss her, but knew that would be a big mistake. He didn't want to hurt her again. When they got to the dance, she hesitated outside. Maybe this is a mistake. I'm sure a lot of your customers will be here, and they don't like me. He stopped to look at her. That's not true. They don't know you, and once they do, they'll love you. Give them a chance. She still looked worried, so he took her hand. Would it help if I held your hand the whole time? Taylor's face lit up. She smiled and shook her head yes. He held her hand as they walked in. He kept holding it while they walked around. All eyes were on them. They had all heard about her and were wondering why Blake would bring her to the dance. The men all stared at her with lust in their eyes. The women whispered to one another about what a tramp they thought she was. Seeing Stan, they walked over to him, and the men started talking. Blake turned to Taylor. How about a dance, or would you like a drink first? She knew everyone was staring at her, and she felt nervous. Not wanting to be the only ones on the dance floor, asked for a drink first. When he went to get the drinks, leaving her alone with Stan, she felt she had to say something. Stan. Yes, miss, he answered. I want to apologize for the way I treated you that first day. I was rude. I'm sorry. He turned and gave her a smile. That's okay, miss. We all have bad days. Then Stan excused himself to go talk to a group of men. Blake came back with the drinks, and they were talking when a woman came up behind him, tapping him on the shoulder.
Blake, hi. It's been a while, the brunette said.
He seemed to be in a trance when he stared at the woman who stood in front of him. Well, aren't you going to say anything? She asked him.
Yeah.
Hi, Bailey. You look good. Are you in town visiting your folks? He felt stupid asking her that. Why else would she be here? Yes, I'll be staying for a while. Maybe we could get together for a drink, talk about old times, catch up on stuff. I don't think so. I'm pretty busy these days. He looked at Taylor. Oh, this is Taylor Adams. Meet Bailey Aikson. Bailey looked Taylor over and wrinkled her nose up. Miss Adams, I've heard a lot about you. Will you be staying in town long? I'm not sure. Not too much longer, I guess.
Bailey then asked Blake for a dance, leaving Taylor alone. With her drink in hand, she went and sat down, feeling so out of place. People were watching her, though they made no attempt to approach her. After the second dance with Bailey, he saw her sitting all alone. Excusing himself, he went over to her. Hey, pretty lady, care to dance?
You sure you want to be seen dancing with me? I don't think I'm welcome here. Don't be silly. Now come dance with me. He held out his hand for her to take. It felt so good being in his arms and feeling his body against hers. She remembered how he looked that night. He stood naked in front of her. She felt that burning desire building between her legs. He excited her in a way no other man had. With the others, she felt nothing, no desire, no throbbing in the depth of her core. Their kisses were bland and unfulfilling. But with Blake, it was different. His kiss thrilled her, sending flames of desire throughout her entire body. She couldn't get enough of his lips or his tongue when it roamed around the inside of her mouth. She wondered if he could feel her heart beating against his chest. That woman, Bailey, I saw the way she was looking at you. Is there something going on between you two? Not now. I haven't seen or heard from her in over 2 years. Was it serious? Taylor, being curious, asks. He looked down at her and smiled. Let's not talk about Bailey. I'm here with you. He then swung her around and pulling her back into his arms. She knew there was something about Bailey he wasn't telling her, but she figured it was none of her business, so she let it go. Later, when Blake excused himself to use the restroom, a young man came over and asked her for a dance. While they were dancing, he leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Pulling away, she gives him a shove, turned, and practically ran out the door. When Blake returned and saw her running out, he followed right behind her, calling for her to stop. Chapter 14. Taylor, wait up, Blake yelled. When he caught up to her, he turned her around to face him. That's when he saw the tears in her eyes. Hey, what's wrong? He asked tenderly.
It's nothing. I'm going home. I should never have come here in the first place. Please, take me home.
Don't say it's nothing when it clearly is. Did someone say or do something to you?
It doesn't matter, Blake. I want to leave now.
A tear slid down her cheek. He held her by her shoulders. We're not leaving till you tell me what happened. There was no sense in arguing with him. He wasn't going to leave till she told him. Well, if you must know, I was dancing with a man, Ricky. He said he would pay me $50 if I went into the janitor's closet with him and fuck him. Blake's eyes narrowed into slits. That bastard, I'll kill him. Come with me. Taking her hand, he headed back into the hall, pushing his way through the crowd. No, stop. What are you doing? Just leave it alone. She begged as she was pulled behind him. When he reached Ricky, he released Taylor's hand, turned Ricky around to face him, and then he punched him. Ricky staggered back, falling to the floor. Wiping the blood from his lip with the back of his hand, swore, "What the hell do you think you're doing, Blake?" The music stopped and the crowd gathered around. Get up, Ricky, and apologize to Taylor for what you said to her, Blake said. Ricky stood up and glared at Blake. Why should I? Everyone here knows what a tramp she is. Blake looked over his shoulder at Taylor. She was standing there with her head hung down. She looked so upset, and he knew she was fighting to hold back the tears. Then he turned to the crowd that was gathered around watching. He did not hide his anger when he spoke out loud for all to hear. Who are any of us to judge Taylor? So she's made mistakes. Who here hasn't? Yet we've all forgiven all those who have done wrong, been given a second chance. Like you, Ricky, when you got that girl pregnant and took off. We forgave you. And you, Teddy, when you stole from your employer, we forgave you. Hell, he even gave you your job back. And you, Janice, when you had that affair with your sister's husband. I can go on. And Taylor is not a tramp. She's a sweet and kind person. You just got to get to know her. He went and took her hand. This has always been a good place to live, and good people in it. But right now, I'm ashamed of all of you. Come on, Taylor, we're leaving. The crowd moved, making a path for the two as they walked out. Once outside, she stopped him. Why did you do that? She asked. Because you didn't deserve to be treated that way. No one does. We've all made mistakes. She was overcome with all kinds of emotions. No one has ever done anything like that for me before. The way you stood up for me, I don't know what to say. He wiped away the tear from her face with his hand. You don't have to say anything. I did what I had to, what was right. A bunch of people appeared outside. Ricky was one of them, and the one to speak. Wait, we all want to apologize to Miss Adams. He looked at Taylor. We're sorry, Miss Adams. Blake is right. We've all made mistakes. We have no right to judge you or jump to conclusions about you. And I'm sorry what I said to you. We want you to come back and enjoy the dance. Blake looked at Taylor. It's up to you. Do you want to stay or leave? She looked over at the crowd. They did appear sincere. I would like to dance some more. Inside, she was introduced to more people. The men started asking her for a dance, and some of the women talked to her. One was a young woman, Susan. So did you meet Bailey? She asked Taylor. Blake's ex-girlfriend. Yes, I met her. Oh, Bailey was more than that. She's his ex-wife. Taylor was shocked. It never once crossed her mind that he was ever married. Ex-wife? I didn't know he had been married. What happened between them? No one knows for sure. One day she just took off, never came back, till now. Susan said in her squeaky voice. Taylor looked over at Bailey and Blake dancing. Why do you think she's back? Maybe she's come back for Blake. Susan shrugged her shoulders. Well, her parents still live here, and I can't see her coming back for Blake. She loves the city life and rich men, and he's not rich and will never leave this town. Taylor watched as Blake and Bailey danced. They were doing a lot of talking. It looked intense. Then Bailey kissed his cheek before walking away. After a couple more dances, Blake said it was getting late and they should head home. When they got outside, they saw that it had been raining. Damn, it was raining. It never rains here, Blake commented. He turned to see she was still standing on the stairs. Are you coming? He asked her. The ground, it's all wet and muddy. He chuckled. Yeah, that's what happens when it rains. No, you don't understand. My shoes will get ruined. She whined. They're just shoes, he said to her. They're really expensive, and they're my favorite pair. They also have red bottoms. I have no idea what that means. How expensive are they? $1,000? $1,000 for one pair of shoes? That's crazy, he said. His jaw dropped. She twirled her finger around a strand of her hair and smiled. What? They were on sale. Looking down at her shoes, he smiled and shook his head. He then picked her up and carried her to the truck. Opening the door, he sat her down on the seat. I don't know how you can walk in heels that high.
It's easy, and I like the way they make my legs look, don't you?
He didn't answer, but he did smile. She had her answer. Thank you for carrying me to the truck. You're welcome. He gave her a smile and winked. I did it for the shoes. At home, Blake turned quiet, and she became concerned, so she had to ask. You're so quiet, what's wrong? Did you not have a good time? Or are you thinking about Bailey? I know she's your ex-wife. He removed his tie and tossed it over the chair. You sure ask a lot of questions. I had a good time tonight. So, someone told you I was married to Bailey. Are you still in love with her? He turned sharply to her. I'm not doing this with you. I don't want to talk about it, so I'd appreciate it if you'd mind your own business. She was hurt by his angry outburst. You're right, it's none of my business. She turned to walk away, but he grabbed her arm. I didn't mean to snap at you. Bailey and I have been over for a long time now. It was a shock seeing her there tonight. I didn't know she was back in town. He looked down at the curve in her neck. He had a strong urge to put his lips there. Leaning down, he did just that. It happened so quick, she was taken by surprise. Liking what he was doing, she arched her neck, giving him more room to move around. Then he moved over her shoulders, his lips warm and soft against her skin. When she felt the throbbing between her thighs, she moaned and whispered his name. Oh, Blake. He stopped what he was doing to look down at her face. Her eyes were closed, lips parted. He wanted to taste those lips, wanted to feel her skin against his. Then he brought his lips down hard on hers. With a quick thrust of his tongue, he greedily explored the inside of her mouth. Wrapping her arms around him, she melted into his body, feeling the bulge in his pants pressing into her. By this time she was pressed up against the wall. Her body was on fire as his kisses became more demanding, hands moving along her body, slowly moving up her dress. Then she felt him pulling away, could hear his heavy breathing, and she stared at him. He backed away, trying to catch his breath. I'm sorry, Taylor, I just can't. He left her standing there all alone. Once again, leaving her wanting more. She was hurt and feeling used. Laying in bed, she tossed and turned. He kissed her with so much passion. Her body was aching to be touched, to be made love to by Blake. Chapter 15. Taylor was still feeling hurt and angry in the morning. He knew he had once again disappointed her. He felt like a worse jerk than before. The last thing he wanted was to hurt her. I'm sorry about last night. We had a good time, and I had to go and spoil it. She looked at him with scorn. Yeah, you already said you were sorry. You used me. No, I didn't, he barked. Yes, you did, Blake. It was Bailey you wanted to kiss, not me. He shook his head in denial. Me kissing you had nothing to do with her. Like hell, it didn't. She left you and you're still in love with her. And it was Bailey you really wanted to kiss. But I was here. You used me to either get over or to get back at her. No, Taylor, that's not true. I'm not in love with her. I haven't been in a long time. Taylor turned to Blake. She was so angry she wanted to slap him. Leave me alone and stop playing these games with me. What are you talking about? What games? Are you dense? You start something by kissing me, touching me, then all of a sudden you stop. He looked ashamed when he stared at her. I don't mean to do that. People call me a tramp, a tease. But when a man does it, that's okay. There is no name for it. Just leave me alone from now on. She turned and walked away. Her heart was breaking. Tears formed in her eyes, and she wiped them away. Just when she and Blake were finally getting along, his ex had to come back to town. Joe noticed that things were back to normal between the two. They were once again fighting. Dirty looks, name-calling. The passion was back. Now, if only they would get together already, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But things were better for her. The town people were warming up to her. She even made a couple of female friends. Taylor had never had friends before, and she treasured the friendship with them. This one night Joe was off. Business was dead, so Blake closed the bar. I have something for you, Taylor. He hands her the keys to her car. She stared at the keys. Her eyes grew moist. It was obvious he wanted her gone. She was given no warning. Oh, I see. Bailey's back, so now you want me gone. Why don't I leave right now? She went to walk away, but he grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving, and swung her around to face him. No, that's not why I gave you the keys. Your debt is almost paid off. I thought you deserved to have them back. She stared down at the floor, wishing she had more time. She had nowhere to go, and she didn't want to leave him. Oh, well, I guess it's time to move on then. I'll go first thing in the morning. She looked at Blake. If that's okay with you. He didn't want her to leave. She had grown on him. He didn't even mind her constant chattering or her stuff laying around. Even the milk left on the counter no longer bothered him. Well, most of the time. He rubbed his chin. If you want to. But I was thinking, maybe you should stick around for a while longer. I mean, you'll need money for gas and other things. Work a little while longer till you have enough saved up. He was doing his best to keep her around longer. Do you want me to stay, Blake? And what about Bailey? He slammed his fist on the counter, the frustration building, rising to the surface. Damn it, Taylor, what about her? If I'm out of the way, you'll have the place to yourself. You'd have a better chance of getting her back. I don't want her back. God, are you jealous of her? He snapped, raising his voice. She scoffed and rolled her eyes. Oh, please, jealous of what? She can have you. I sure as hell don't. Grabbing her, he pinned her up against the wall, his eyes burrowing into hers. He could see she was lying, felt her body trembling against him as he pressed into her. Oh, but I think you do. Crushing her body against him, he lowered his lips onto hers, slipped his tongue inside her mouth, teasing, roaming. The eyes turned passionate, lips crushing each other. He loved the taste of her lips, the smell of her perfume. Pulling her away from the wall, pulled her into his arms, closer and tighter against him. She tried to fight him off, but when his kiss deepened, she found herself melting into him, savoring the taste of him, yielding to his hungry kiss. Their body pressed so tightly together, it was starting to hurt her. She managed to squeeze her hand between them and shoved him back. Stop, Blake. Don't do this to me again if you plan to stop halfway through. I can't handle another rejection. A single tear slid down her face. Wiping the tear away with his thumb, he smiled at her. I don't want to stop. Putting his lips on her neck, he placed soft kisses, lightly sucking. He felt her quiver as his erection pressed against her, heard the soft moans as she arched her body into his. He whispered into her ear, Do you still want me to stop? She didn't answer. She looked at him, her breasts heaving, inner core was on fire, throbbing painfully. Throwing her arms around his neck and legs around his waist kissed him. With her pressed up against the wall, he kissed her with a hunger he never felt before. Neither one spoke when he carried her upstairs, taking her to his bedroom and set her down. Turning her around and kissing the back of her neck, he unzipped her dress, letting it fall to the floor. Turning around, she tore open his shirt. He sucked on her neck as she undid his pants, pulling down the zipper. He tore her bra off and tossed it to the ground. Looking down at her breasts, he began caressing them, admiring them. You're so beautiful, he whispered. Kicking his pants off, he picked her up and laid her down. Getting in beside her, he ran his hand along her body, feeling every curve. Taking one breast, his mouth clamped around it, feeling the nipple hardening as he sucked. Not taking the time to pull down the panties, he ripped them off. Putting his hand between her thighs, stuck a finger between her womanly folds, loving the way she squirmed as he moved it inside, going deep and stroking. She felt so wet and hot, and he heard her cry out for him to take her. But he wanted their first time to be amazing. He wanted to give her pleasure, to know what making love was really all about. He took his time, kissing and caressing every inch of her. She screamed when he spread her legs and lowered his mouth, using his mouth and tongue to tease her. When he knew she was getting close, he stopped. Moving up, he began sucking on her neck, his hand around her waist. Taylor was quivering inside and out. Her inner core was throbbing and on fire, her desire and passion out of control. She had to have him inside her. So she made a bold move. Getting on top of him, she straddled him, grinding. Rotating her hips, she reached for him, attempting to ease him inside her. But he stopped her, rolling her onto her back. Not so fast, baby. I'm not done with you yet. Hovering above her, he let his shaft rub against her opening. The sweat was dripping off him. She lifted her hips up, trying to get him to go in. His erection was throbbing so hard it hurt, and he knew he had to have relief. He slowly eased inside her, hearing her gasp, moaning softly in his ear as he moved intimately inside her. He could hold back no longer. With limbs entwined, he started pumping faster and faster, bring them both to the point of no return. With one final hard thrust, they both felt the ripple of their orgasm. He collapsed on top of her, kissing her lips with such intensity. She clung to him, her hand moving up and down his back, her legs rubbing up against his. Rising up, he looked down at her and smiled. Perspiration soaked their bodies. "I've been wanting to do this the moment I met you." She gave him a shy smile. "Me too, Blake, but you already knew that." He laid next to her and noticed she had become quiet, seeing a tear run down her cheek. "What's wrong?" he asked tenderly, wiping the tear away. "It's nothing really, just forget it." He raised himself up on one arm, looking down at her. "It's something. After what we just did, you can tell me anything." Taylor bit her bottom lip, feeling uneasy. "No one has ever made love to me like that before. Never tried to give me pleasure. It was always what they wanted. In and out, no touching, no warmth. I always felt dirty afterward, like a whore. But you, Blake, you took your time, you touched me. You made me feel like I was worth the effort." He went quiet. He didn't like hearing how she had been treated. "First of all, you are worth the effort, and you are not a whore. Making love is not about what one can get out of it. It should be a shared experience, one that both partners can enjoy. Now get over here and sleep in my arms." Chapter 16. Blake reached for Taylor in the morning when he woke up, but found her side of the bed empty. He found her in the kitchen making bacon and eggs. "Wow, you're making breakfast. Smells good." He pulled her down onto his lap, putting one hand under her silk nightgown while he nibbled on her ear. "You smell good too. I think I'll have you instead." They forgot all about the food when he scooped her up, heading back to the bedroom. There they stayed till way past noon. He opened the bar, and she joined him later. When Joe turned up for work and walked into the kitchen, he found the two locked in a passionate embrace, kissing. They quickly pulled apart, looking embarrassed. Blake nervously cleared his throat. "Joe, you're early. I wasn't expecting you yet." Joe smiled and looked at his watch. "I can see that, and I'm right on time. I'll just go out front for a minute." He walked to the door, then stopped, turning to look at them. "By the way, it's about goddamn time." Blake looked at Taylor, who was blushing. "Guess we should get to work. But first, come here you. One more kiss to keep me going." Throughout the night, they kept stealing glances at one another. She would smile at him from across the room, and he would smile back, watching her as she worked. He wanted to go over and take her in his arms and kiss her, but it was a busy night, and he knew he would have to wait. Blake's hand would linger on hers when he handed over the drinks. She would look up at him with her green eyes, sparkling with happiness. As soon as the last customer left that night, he locked the door, picked her up in his arms, and headed upstairs. "Blake, wait. What about the mess?" He grinned. "It can wait. I can't. I've been waiting all night to get you out of these clothes." Taking off his clothes, he got into bed, hands behind his head. He asked her to strip for him. She smiled and started undoing the buttons on her top. "No, Taylor, do it slowly. Take your time. I want to take my time looking at you." She smiled, turned on some music, and started doing some SXY and exotic moves. She slowly removed one piece of clothing at a time. He found himself getting extremely aroused. Once she was down to her panties, he pulled her down onto the bed on top of him. He moved his hand down, removing the panties, lips glued to her mouth. Laying on top of Blake, she kissed him back, feeling his erection growing harder, felt it throbbing against her. She squealed with delight when, with his hands around her waist, lifted her up and lowered her down over his shaft till he was all the way in. Lips locked, he rolled her over onto her back, all the time staying inside her. She clung to him, wrapping her legs around his waist as he started moving faster. She felt as if she was going to explode from the pure pleasure of what he was doing to her. Squirming and arching her hips, trying to take more of him in. Blake couldn't seem to get enough of her. He never wanted anyone this much before. She gave herself to him in a way no one ever had. She thrilled and excited him. There was no shame or shyness in the way they made love. It was wild, unconstrained love-making, and he loved it. She was the first to wake in the morning, listening to him breathing. He laid naked, the covers had slipped off him. He had the most amazing body, she thought. She didn't want to wake him. But her desire to have him was too strong, so she climbed on top. With her lips she ran soft kisses down his neck. Waking up he smiled, running his hand up and down her back. She then moved down, kissing along the way, neck, chest, stomach. She kept moving down lower. He liked the feel of her warm, soft lips on his body. He almost went mad when she took him in her mouth, flicking her tongue over his shaft, sucking softly, moving up and down his throbbing erection. He began breathing heavy. Heart was pounding hard in his chest. It was more than he could bear. With a loud groan, he moved Taylor up, and laying her on her back entered her. She cried out from the pleasure when he rode her hard. It seemed to go on forever. She wasn't sure how much more she could take, but then he came with a wild fury, bringing her with him. She laid back, moaning, digging her nails into his flesh, her body shaking. Raising himself up, looked down and smiled. "That was amazing, you're good. And I thought you said you had no skills." She sniffed back a sob. "Oh, Blake, sex with you is fantastic. You make me feel good about myself, special." Giving her a kiss. "The sex is great, and you are special. Don't ever forget that," he said, looking at her tenderly. The next few nights, neither one could hardly wait until closing time. They spent the nights making love in Blake's room. His room became theirs. Whenever business was slow, he would put money in the jukebox, and they would dance. Joe would stand back and watch them. It was so obvious that the two were falling deeply in love. Chapter 17. Blake's grandmother was going to visit a friend for a couple of weeks. So, with the bar being closed and not having to go there, he decided to take Taylor on a real date. He made reservations at the best restaurant in the next town. Then it was on to dancing. She dressed in a low-cut pink dress and heels. Coming out of the bedroom, Blake was nowhere in sight. Thinking he had changed his mind, all her insecurities came flooding back. She felt hurt and rejected. Then she heard a knock at the door. She was confused. The bar was closed. No one should be in here. When she opened it, Blake was standing there in his suit, holding flowers and smiling.
"Wow, you look amazing in that dress,"
he said as his eyes swept over her. "Blake, what are you doing out here?" "Well, it's a date, isn't it? I'm here to pick you up, and flowers for the pretty lady." He held out the flowers for her to take. Taylor was touched. She couldn't believe what a sweet gesture he had made. "Please come in while I'll put these in some water."
"Okay."
"But don't take too long, or I might forget about the date and tear that dress off you." Judging from the smile on his face, she thought he was kidding, but he wasn't. They had a lovely meal and then went dancing. It was a warm night, and the stars were twinkling brightly in the sky. So before heading home, they took a short walk. Sitting on a park bench, she looked up, smiling. "Look at all those stars, so beautiful. You won't see anything like this in the city." He watched her face when she looked up at the sky. He felt something pulling at his heartstrings. Taking her face in the palm of his hand, he stared into her eyes. "You are a real mystery to me, so much you haven't told me about yourself."
Tears glistened in her eyes. "There's nothing to tell."
He leaned over and kissed her, softly at first. Then it turned more passionate. "Let's go home. I want you naked in my arms." On the drive home, they heard a loud popping noise. Right away he knew a tire had blown. He yelled at her to hang on when he felt himself losing control of the car. She screamed in horror when the car plunged into darkness down a ditch. When the vehicle stopped, he called her name. There was no reply. He reached over, giving her a light shake. "Taylor, oh God, please be all right." Moaning, she opened her eyes. "I'm okay. I must have hit my head. It hurts. Using a pen flashlight, he checked her out. She had a cut on her forehead. Taking a clean cloth, he wiped away the blood. She was shaken up. It felt as if she was hit over the head with a sledgehammer. Blake, what happened? A tire blew. Thank God I wasn't driving fast. I'll call for help. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I'm fine. Just a little shook up. They sat in the car waiting for help to arrive. Some date this turned out to be. If anything had happened to you, I would never have forgiven myself. She spoke sternly. Stop it. This wasn't your fault, and for the record, I had the best time tonight. The meal was delicious, the dancing and the moonlight walk. It was the best date I've ever been on. Smiling, he touched her cheek. The same goes for me. Taking her in his arms, he kissed her. It turned into a hot, passionate kiss. They were so into it and didn't hear anyone approaching, both jumping when someone rapped on the window. Blake rolled down the window. You kids need help? Or should I come back later? The old man asked, chuckling. Blake smiled. Getting out of the car, he went around to the passenger side and carried her up the embankment, seeing that she was wearing heels. He insisted she go to the hospital to get checked out. After getting the all clear, he ordered a cab to take them home. There, he carried her upstairs. You don't have to do this. I'm quite capable of walking, she said as she put her arms around his neck. The truth was, she liked it when he carried her. It felt romantic. You heard the doctor. He said for you to take it easy. I'm only following his orders. Now can I get you something? Water, wine, maybe something to eat? Giving him a wicked smile, she chewed on her bottom lip. There is something you can do for me. Take me to bed and undress me. Then a rub-down would be really nice. Smiling, he leaned over, picking her up, headed to the bedroom. Laying her down, he removed his clothes while she sat back and watched. Getting into bed, he then removed her clothes, giving her the rub-down she had asked for, and so much more. She no longer flirted with the men and toned down on dressing SXY, but men were still hitting on her. One night, a drunk slid his hand up her skirt. Blake saw what took place, but before he could reach them, she had slapped the drunk hard across the face. The man jumped up, grabbing her by the throat. Blake ran over and grabbed him and punched him square in the face. Blood poured from his nose. Get the hell out of my bar. If you ever touch her again, I'll kill you. He was breathing heavily and still angry when he turned to her, and she, thinking he was going to blame her, ran to the back room. She tried to break free when he caught up and grabbed her from behind and turned her around. She began crying. Let go of me. I didn't do anything to encourage that. He put his hand up my skirt and felt me. I know, I saw what happened. Her big green eyes filled with tears when she stared up at him. So you're not mad at me? Of course not. I'm mad at that jerk for touching you. I wanted to kill him. She flung herself into his arms, letting him comfort her. Oh, Blake, you didn't do anything wrong, but if it happens again, I want you to come to me. I'll set them straight. I do not want you trying to handle it on your own. No one is going to touch my woman and get away with it. Pulling away, she looked up at him. Your woman. I'm your woman. He grinned. What he had said just came out, but it sounded right. Yeah, you're my woman. You okay with that? She squealed and jumped back into Blake's arms. Yes, I'm okay with that. Now how about giving your woman a kiss? Pulling her close, he gave her a kiss that took her breath away. Her heart was bursting with joy. Here was a good man who wanted her, and it wasn't just for the SX. Things were going so good between the two until one day Blake's ex walked into the bar. Chapter 18. Taylor was standing behind the bar wiping down the counter when the door opened and Bailey walked in. A cold chill ran down her spine as she watched the other woman walk over and sit down at one of the bar stools in front of her. Is Blake here? She asked in a snobbiest tone. Even though Taylor grew up with wealthy and had the best of everything. She felt insecure around Bailey. That woman had a way of making her feel cheap and worthless, and she was once married to Blake. Bailey was tall, with short black hair, and very beautiful, stylishly dressed in designer clothes and expensive jewelry. No, he had to go out, won't be back till much later. Taylor wondered what she could possibly want with Blake, not that she couldn't guess. What do you want him for? Bailey gave her a quick look over, looking down her nose at Taylor. I really don't think that's any of your business, do you? Taylor wanted to jump over the bar and tear the other woman's hair out. I am living with him, so yes, I do believe it's my business. Bailey scoffed, a nasty smirk on her face. Oh please, living with him. He's screwing you, that's all you are to him, an easy fuck. How dare you, Taylor hissed. He's not like that. It's much more than sex between us. Bailey rolled her eyes and laughed. No, you're a convenient, an easy, quick roll in the sack, and he needed a waitress to fill in while Carol's away. Taylor shook her head, but doubt was starting to set in. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. She smiled wickedly. Oh, come on. I've heard how you've thrown yourself at every man that walks in here. Blake is all man, of course. He'd sleep with you. You're nothing but his dirty little whore. Taylor's voice began to quiver. It's not like that. He and I have something special. Bailey's eyes narrowed into slits. She glared angrily at Taylor. You don't have anything special with him. Are you really that stupid? All you have with him is sex. He and I had something special, something you'll never have with him. We were married. He'll never marry the likes of you. Taylor fought to keep the tears from falling. Oh, how she hated this woman. You're insane. She went to walk away, but Bailey wasn't done saying her piece. And I'll tell you another thing. If I want him back, I could have him. Once Carol comes back, he won't need you anymore. Right now, he's getting regular sex and a waitress. Soon he'll send you packing.
You're wrong, she yelled.
You think so? Then tell him I need to see him. If he won't come to me, well, then good for you. But if he does, then you'll know I was telling the truth. Taylor came out from behind the bar and stood in Bailey's face. You're a nasty person. What did he ever see in you? We were high school sweethearts. He will always love me. And when he comes to see me, she smirked. And he will. You can count on sleeping alone tonight. She snapped her fingers. I can have him with a snap of my fingers. Taylor gave her a shove, sending her falling on her butt. Joe, seeing the fight, rushed over and grabbed onto Taylor, stopping her from going after Bailey again. Okay, Bailey, get out of here, Joe ordered her. Taylor's face was flushed, and she was breathing hard. She had never struck another female, but she had to admit it felt really good putting that bitch on her ass. Gee, Taylor, I don't know what that girl said to you, but don't pay her no mind. She's a vindictive bitch. Probably sees how happy Blake is with you, and just wants to stir up trouble. She smiled at Joe. You think Blake is happy with me? Hell yes, girl. I haven't ever seen him this happy, and that's all down to you. Me? Why me?
You're kidding me, right? My God, woman, have you not noticed the way he looks at you? I see how you keep that man on his toes.
But he was in love and married to her, Taylor replied. Joe looked disgusted. Everyone is entitled to one mistake, and believe me, she was a big one. An hour later, when Blake returned, she thought about not telling him about Bailey's visit. But she knew that would be wrong. If he found out, he might get mad at her. Bailey was here to see you. She saw how the muscles in his back tensed up at the mention of her name. What did she want? She wanted to scream out, she wants you, but instead, I don't know, she wouldn't tell me. Only said it was important and wants you to go and see her. No, I'll just phone her. She couldn't help feeling relieved. He chose not to go to her. Then it all fell apart a few minutes later. She was standing next to him when Blake called her. He had a concerned look on his face. That's weird. She's not answering her phone. From what I remember, she always answers her cell. Something must be wrong. And she told you it was important. Yes, said it was urgent. Can you and Joe watch the bar for me? Yes, of course. Why? Are you going to her? He gave Taylor a serious look. Yes. If there's one thing I know about Bailey is if she says something's urgent, then it is. I won't be long. No, I don't want you to go, she said angrily. Blake was a little shocked at her outburst. You can't tell me what to do. Look, you've got nothing to worry about. I won't be long. He kissed her tenderly before leaving. Her heart sank. She felt as if though she had just lost Blake. All night she kept watching for him to walk through the door, but he didn't. With a broken heart, she closed the bar and went to bed, his bed. Morning came and still no Blake. She was hurt and angry. He had been gone all night. She realized that Bailey was right. He was only using her for sex. She broke down crying so hard her body shook. There was an ache in her heart that she knew would never go away. When he finally walked in, he was grinning from ear to ear when he saw her sitting alone in the bar. Hey, beautiful, what are you doing down here? I missed you. Let's go upstairs and I'll show you just how much. As he leaned over to kiss her, she slapped him across the face. Don't touch me, you pig. He rubbed his face, staring at her in shock. What the hell was that for? Do you really have to ask? I'm not going to be your whore any longer. In God's name, Taylor, what are you talking about? You and Bailey go back to her bed. That's where you really want to be. He glared at her. You're not making any sense. I wasn't in her bed.
Liar, she yelled. Getting up, she went to the door.
Where are you going?
He yelled at her. She turned, giving him a dirty look. Out. I don't ever want to talk to you again. And when I get back, I'll start packing. I'll be leaving. Blake didn't know what to do or say. He couldn't understand why she was behaving this way. He called out to her to stop, but she kept walking. He was unable to follow her because some customers walked in. Chapter 19. Taylor sat in her car, letting the tears fall freely down her face. Having nowhere else to go, she decided to go to his grandmother's place. Hi, sweetie. What a lovely surprise. But what are you doing here alone? Where's Blake?
He's working. I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I thought I'd come for a visit. If this isn't a good time, I could come back.
She took Taylor's arm. You're always welcome here anytime. Come, let me make us some tea and we'll talk. Mrs. Knight watched Taylor as she silently sipped her tea. She could tell that something was bothering the girl, and her guess was it had to do with Blake. What's troubling you, my dear? Taylor wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing in confiding in Mrs. Knight. After all, she was his grandmother, but she also had to talk to someone, and the older woman was always so kind to her. It's Bailey, Blake's ex-wife. Yes, Bailey, she said with some bitterness in her voice. I heard she was back in town. What did that girl do now? Taylor hung her head, playing with the hem of her dress. I think he spent the night with her. No, I know he did. And that bothers you, that he was with her?
I know I have no right to be jealous, Mrs. Knight. I mean Grandma, but I can't help it. You've fallen in love with my Blake, haven't you?
A tear slid down her cheek. Her heart was aching. I think so, but I know it's a mistake. Nothing can come of it. Mrs. Knight put her hand under the younger woman's chin and lifted it up, looking into her eyes. Listen to me, sweetie. Falling in love is never a mistake. I see the way he looks at you. He has deep feelings for you. Taylor was not about to tell her. It was only lust that he felt for her, not love. But he stayed with her, just like she said he would. Oh, honey, he has no feelings for her, not anymore. Mrs. Knight shook her head in disgust. You know, I've never liked that girl. Always knew she was trouble, that she would hurt Blake. You can't believe anything that girl says. What happened to their marriage? Why did she leave him? They never should have married in the first place. She was always a wild thing, hated living here. They started dating in high school. He fell hard for her, couldn't see the bad in her. Turned a blind eye to her sneaking around with other boys. That's terrible, Taylor said. That's not the worst thing. When she found out he was coming into a small inheritance, she convinced him to marry her. He believed she loved him. Once they were married, she tried to talk him into moving to the city, but he bought the bar instead. Mrs. Knight got up and poured them another cup of tea. That bar was his dream as a young boy. He dreamed of owning it. She was furious and started running around. Then one night an older, wealthy man came into town. She packed her bags and left with him. That girl broke his heart. Go home, talk to him. He's an honorable man. I'm sure there is a good reason why he didn't come home last night. Back at the bar, Blake was dead tired. He hadn't been to bed yet. He was worried about Taylor. She'd been gone for hours. Joe placed his hand on Blake's shoulder. Don't worry, boss. She'll be back. Are you okay? Gee, Joe, that woman is messing with my head. I'd like to shake some sense into her. Tell her to leave. I just don't understand why she's so mad. She knew where I was going. You sure about that? Joe asked. Yes, Bailey called her. Joe scoffed. Bailey did, sorry. But I don't trust her, and neither should you. I don't know what to believe. Look, it's not busy, Joe. Go home. I'm going to close early anyways. Taylor stayed and had dinner with Mrs. Knight, and when she returned home, Blake was closing the bar. He stopped what he was doing. Looking at her, he raised his voice. You've been gone all day. Where the hell have you been? She gave him an icy stare. Not that it's any of your business, but I was with your grandmother. Okay, Taylor, tell me what's going on with you. Me, she points to herself. Why don't you tell me about you and Bailey? What about us? He yelled, making her jump back. She felt the tears coming. You slept with me, made love to me. Then you went straight to her bed, and you have the nerve to come back here and expect me to have sex with you. You're just like all men, using me for sex until someone else comes along. Damn it, Taylor, I didn't sleep with Bailey. Liar, you were gone all night. Oh, just leave me alone. She ran up the stairs, with him following right behind her. They started arguing, and she threw whatever was closest to her at Blake, a book, coffee mug, and finally her shoe. Stay away from me. Go back to your wife. He was furious and more than a little rough when he grabbed her arm. She began hitting him in the chest with her free hand. They were both sweating and breathing hard when he managed to get a hold of her other arm. Holding her hands to her side, he pinned Taylor up against the wall. He looked down at her heaving breasts, then his eyes went to her lips. They were full and slightly parted. He couldn't help himself. He brought his lips down on hers, feeling the silky softness of them, till she shook her head free. Get away from me, she screamed when she pushed him away. No, not until you calm down and tell me what is your problem. You knew where I was going and when I'd be back. Bailey told you when she called. She stopped struggling and looked at him, confused. What call? I didn't get any call.
Sure you did.
When I was putting her bags in the car, she was on the phone talking to you. I heard her. I don't know who you heard her talking to, but it wasn't me. Wait a minute. Why were you putting her bags in your car? Taylor had calmed down, so he released her. She missed her flight and had to get back to the city. She asked if I'd drive her. We drove all night and I hurried back. I've not been to bed yet. I'm sorry, baby. I should have called you myself. I should never have trusted Bailey. But you could have called me on my cell. I tried to Blake several times, but your damn phone was turned off, she answered angrily. Reaching for his phone, he looked at it and cursed. Shit, it is turned off. He looked at her. shaking his head. But I didn't do it. Walking over to the window and looking out, she started crying. She told me you were only using me for SX and that you would spend the night with her. Going over, he wiped her tears away, then putting his hands around her waist. I was with her all night, but not in her bed, and I thought you knew me better than that. How could you for 1 minute think that I could make love to you and then jump into bed with another woman? She was so cruel. Told me I was nothing but a whore to you. Well, you're not. You're a warm and loving woman. I'm not using you for SX, which by the way is amazing. I care about you. I like having you around. If only you would remember to put the milk back in the fridge. She laughed. I'll try. She believed him, knew he was telling the truth. Crushing her against him, he kissed her passionately as she melted into him. He carried her to the bedroom where they tore off each other's clothes. Bodies pressed close, he ravished her body. The sound of panting and moaning rang out as they rolled around on the bed. Sweat drenched them as they rode each other hard, the pounding of his body on hers, filling her to the core. She screamed out. Only after they were totally exhausted did they stop. As they laid there, he remembered something. Reaching over Taylor, he went to grab his jeans, pulling out a small box. I saw these and knew I had to get them for you. Covering her breasts with the sheet, she sat up. Opening the box, she gasped, then looked at Blake. Oh, they're beautiful. I'm sorry, they aren't real diamonds, he said, apologizing. I don't care, I love them. They are the most beautiful earrings I've ever gotten. But why? You didn't have to buy me a gift. I wanted to. When I saw them, I thought they would look nice on you. She started with the waterworks again. I'm sorry I hit you. I shouldn't have done that. That's all right, baby. It didn't hurt. You hit like a little girl. He laughed and pulled the sheet away from her body. But you don't look like a little girl. Pulling her to him, he put his lips on her breasts, moving one hand down her body. He was already aroused. She moaned and through ragged breath said, I thought you said you were tired. Laying her down, he smiled and climbed on top. I was, but now I'm wide awake and horny as hell. This is what you do to me. 2 hours later, she laid awake in his arms, her heart beating fast as she watched him sleep. For the first time in her life, she was happy. He made her feel good about herself and didn't treat her like a piece of meat. He was gentle and kind. The next couple of weeks they were kept busy, what with a truckers' convention going on in the next town. And since many of them knew Blake, they also came to his bar. Many made passes at Taylor, but they soon realized she was with Blake, and she only had eyes for him. After that, things settled down and got quiet. It was a Monday night. No one was in the bar except Taylor and Joe. Blake had to go out of town to pick up some bar supplies. The two were standing behind the bar talking. She was wiping down some glasses when the door opened and 2 men walked in. One was a man in his late 30s, tall, attractive. The other man, also in his 30s, but huge and muscular, his muscles bulging through the shirt he wore. Taylor looked up, smiling, but when she saw who it was, the smile faded. Fear raced through her veins. The glass fell from her hand, shattering into pieces when it hit the ground. Chapter 20.
Taylor stood frozen to the spot. Her smile was replaced with a look of fear. The blood in her veins ran cold as she stared at the older man.
Joe, seeing how she turned ghostly white and trembling in fear, spoke with concern. Taylor, what's wrong? Do you know these men? The one she was staring at walked towards her. The other man locked the door. Taylor, you look as beautiful as the last time I saw you. Her voice shook when she finally found the courage to speak. Hunter, what are you doing here? I've come for you, my love. You didn't think you could leave me, did you? She swallowed the lump in her throat, which was threatening to cut off her air supply. How did you find me? His dark, icy stare terrified her, and she cringed. I have my ways, you know that. Slipping away in the middle of the night while I slept was so uncalled for. Can you imagine how angry I was to wake up and find you weren't laying next to me? He moved closer towards her, mad when she backed away. Joe looked at the man, then at Taylor. Who is this man? Hunter turned his attention to Joe, obviously annoyed with being interrupted. You, leave us alone. Taylor and I have things to discuss. I'm not going anywhere, pal, he snapped at Hunter. But you and your friend over there better leave. I won't tell you again, Hunter said in a low growl. Taylor saw the look Hunter gave the other man, and she knew it was a sign for him to take care of the problem. In this case, Joe. Laying a hand on Joe's arm, she looked up at him. Please, Joe, give us a minute alone. Well, all right, but I'll be in the back. If you need me, just yell. He walked away, looking back at the stranger before disappearing into the kitchen. Hunter motioned to a booth, indicating for her to sit down. The other man, whose name was Boris, leaned against the wall, opening his jacket so that she could see the gun he was carrying in his holster. In the back room, Joe got on the phone and called Blake's cell, only to get the voicemail. Blake, when you get this, come back right away. I think Taylor is in danger. Hunter sat, staring at her for a few minutes before speaking. I'm willing to forgive you for your betrayal, running away. I've missed you, and I definitely missed you in my bed. I promise you that will never happen again. I'll make damn sure you don't get away. Now go get your things, and I'll take you away from this dump. She lowered her head, in a meek voice said no. Excuse me, did you just say no to me? His voice rose in anger. She looked up, stared into those dark, evil eyes. I don't miss you, and you forced yourself on me whenever you didn't have someone else to sleep with. I'm not going anywhere with you, now leave. When she stood, he also got up. Raising his hand, he slapped her so hard across the face she saw stars. The force of the slap made her lose her balance, and she fell to the ground. Joe, having seen this from the back, came running out and over to her side, helping her up. You bastard, leave her alone. Hunter, a man known for his temper, picked up a chair and flung it across the room. It smashed into the mirror behind the bar, smashing all the liquor bottles. Boris, smash this dump up, he ordered. Boris picked up a chair and rammed it into the jukebox. It shattered. Taking a knife, he ripped the fabric on the pool tables and the leather booths, tipped over tables, smashing them to pieces. Hunter held a gun on Taylor and Joe, preventing them from interfering. Make him stop, Hunter. Oh God, why are you doing this? She cried. To show you what happens when you make me angry. Enough now. I'm losing my patience with you. Don't ever say no to me again. Have you forgotten what happened the last time you did? How could I forget that? You beat me bloody, left me laying on the floor screaming in pain. He glared at her, his hands curled into balls. Come now, on your own, or I'll have my friend drag you out by your beautiful long blonde hair. Go to hell. I'm not going anywhere with you. You'll have to kill me first. He gave her a look that sent chills through her. You know I won't do that, but Boris here might have to persuade you. She looked over at Boris. He was tall and huge, a trained killer. Go ahead, have the big ape beat me. I still won't go with you. Cupping her chin roughly in his hand, he smirked. I won't risk having this beautiful face and body disfigured. I was thinking of your friend here. He looked over at Joe. Her heart was racing like crazy. Joe was her friend, and she couldn't let Hunter hurt him. Leave Joe alone, you monster. I'll go with you. Like hell, you will, Joe barked. I can take care of these jerks.
Joe, no, you can't. He's a trained killer, she cried.
Hunter gave Boris the signal, and he started beating on Joe. Though Joe put up a good fight, he didn't stand a chance against the other man. Taylor kept screaming for Hunter to stop the beating, saying she would leave with him. But Hunter was enjoying watching the beating. There was something about seeing another man with his face all bloody and body writhing in pain that excited him. Hell, it even turned him on. Boris kept punching, and kicking him till he was told to stop. Taylor pulled away from Hunter and ran to Joe's side, crouching down next to him. "Joe, I'm so sorry about all of this. Please be okay." Hunter's voice rang out loud, making Taylor cringed in fright. "Stop stalling. Now get your things and come with me." Chapter 21. She's not going anywhere with you. They all turned their heads toward the door. Blake was standing there. His teeth were clenched as he looked over at Taylor and Joe. Seeing the state they were in, his anger rose to a boiling point. What happened to Joe? Taylor's heart raced when she saw him and called out his name. "Blake." "Are you okay?" he asked. His eyes remained on Hunter. Hunter was becoming agitated and growled at Blake. "She's fine. Now, I don't know who you are, and I don't care, but this little lady and I have a wedding to attend." Blake looked over at Taylor. "Do you want to leave with this man?" "Of course she does," Hunter answered for her. "I wasn't asking you," Blake barked. Again he looked at her. She was shaking with fear. He had the answer, holding out his hand to her. "Come over here to me." Getting up, she started walking to Blake, but Hunter grabbed her from behind. "Let her go now," Blake yelled. Hunter smirked as he nuzzled her neck. "Why should I let her go? We're getting married. Did she not tell you?" His eyes went to Taylor's. "You're engaged to this man." The tears sprang to her eyes when she answered, "Yes, but not by choice. I was being forced into it. That's why I was on the run. You've got to believe me." "I believe you," he replied. Hunter glanced from one to the other, seeing the way they looked at each other. It dawned on him what was going on, and he became furious. Putting his hand around her throat, he hissed, "You tramp, you've been banging this country trash. Tell me, bitch, did you move for him? Or just lay there as you did for me?" Blake tried to move to her, but Boris held a gun, pointed at him. All he could do for now was watch and listen, hoping for a chance to jump Boris. Trying to move Hunter's hand from her neck, she screamed out, her eyes full of hate for him. "Oh, I moved all right, like a wild animal. I couldn't get enough of his touch or body." "Shut up, bitch," Hunter yelled at her. "But you sickened me. When you touched me, I cringed with disgust. The very thought of your hands on me made me sick." Hunter's rage was out of control. He tightened his hand around her throat, cutting off her air supply, and she was close to passing out. Blake knew he had to do something quick to save Taylor. Kicking a chair with his foot, he caught the attention of the two men. "Let the girl go." Releasing his hold on her throat, he held on to her arm.
I'm so done with this. Boris, take care of this country hick once and for all.
Boris took out a gun and aimed it at Blake's head, but was stopped by his boss. "Not with your gun, fool. We don't want anyone hearing. Beat him to death, and do it slowly. I want him to suffer." "No," Taylor screamed, trying to break free, but he held on to her too tightly. "Settle down, girl. I want you to see what happens to any man that fucks you. So from now on, you'll only be fucked by me." She began sobbing, begging Hunter to stop. "Make him stop, Hunter. I'll go with you and I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hurt him." He grabbed her face, his grip hurting her as he turned her head, forcing her to watch while Boris beat Blake. "Shut up, slut. You're coming with me either way. Now enjoy the show." The two men fought. Blake's face was bloody, but so was Boris's. After a few minutes, Hunter whispered in her ear, "I'm getting bored. Let's spice things up a notch. I wonder how much he cares about you. Let's find out." He yelled out to Blake, "Hey, country boy, want a preview of what I'm going to do to this little slut when I get her home?" Hunter ripped her top open and, putting his hands over her breasts, started squeezing, making her cry out in pain. Then he placed his mouth on her neck and bit. Again she cried out. Seeing what was happening to her, Blake yelled at Hunter, "Leave her alone, you son of a bitch." Being distracted, Boris was able to sucker punch him. He fell to the floor, unconscious. Hunter threw a switchblade at Boris. Finish him off. Do it now, Hunter ordered. Just as Boris was about to plunge the knife into Blake's chest, he came to. Taking Boris by surprise, was able to knock the knife out of the man's hand. They wrestled for what seemed like ages. Blake was finally able to knock the big guy out. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he turned to Hunter. Let her go now and I'll let you leave. I won't press any charges. Hunter growled when he shoved her towards Blake. Take her, she's nothing but a stupid tramp anyways. She ran into his arms. He touched her cheek where a red welt appeared, then looked at the bite mark on her neck. That son of a bitch, he cursed. They heard the click of a gun. Looking up, they saw Hunter pointing a gun at them. Blake pushed her behind him. Put the gun down. You don't want to do this.
Oh, but I do. He looked at Taylor. When I kill your boyfriend, I'll beat the hell out of you, and you'll pray for death.
Hunter raised the gun at Blake's head. A gunshot rang out. Joe had come to and managed to crawl over to Boris. Taking his gun, shot Hunter in the head, killing him instantly. Taylor screamed, and Blake buried her head in his chest so that she wouldn't see the blood flowing from Hunter's head. Are you going to be okay, Joe? Blake asked. I will be. Think I have some broken ribs, though. What about you? And Taylor, how is she? Lifting her head up, he looked at her. She was shaken and crying. He gave her a light kiss and drew her back into his arms. We'll both be okay. Let's call the sheriff and get you some help. Her top was torn open, so he took off his jacket and put it on her. Joe did have a couple of broken ribs and a busted nose. Boris was badly beaten, but would live. When Joe was being tended to, Taylor got a cloth and some water, cleaning the blood from Blake's face. He watched as she slowly unbuttoned his shirt, looking for any other injuries. She started to cry when she saw all the welts and bruises that covered his chest and stomach. Touching them lightly with the tips of her fingers.
Oh, look what they've done to you.
Taking her hand, he kissed it. I'm okay, it's nothing. After all the questions had been asked and answered, and Joe was taken to the hospital, Blake was allowed to take her upstairs. She sat down while he poured them both a drink. He touched her cheek ever so gently. Does it hurt?
No, not anymore. I'm so sorry, Blake.
What do you have to be sorry for? If I hadn't come here, then Hunter wouldn't have. You and Joe would not have gotten hurt, and your bar. Oh God, Blake, they destroyed it. Listen to me, I don't want you blaming yourself. This is not your fault. As far as the bar goes, it can be repaired. But tell me, why would you even consider marrying a man like that? She was too ashamed to look him in the eye. I'm afraid if I tell you, well, I know you'll end up hating me. Taking her hand, he looked at her. No, I won't. Trust me. For money. He's a very wealthy man, and I knew I'd be taken care of financially. She felt him removing his hand from hers. He stood up and walked over to the window, looking out. He turned deadly quiet. She saw the disappointment written all over his face. It was a while before he spoke. For money, you would sleep and marry someone because they're rich. He looked at her. Do diamonds and designer clothes mean that much to you? Yes, no. I don't know. My father said I had to marry him. He said it had all been arranged years ago with Hunter's father. Daddy said if I didn't marry Hunter, he would disown me, that I wouldn't be able to take care of myself. He was right. I have no job skills, and I was afraid. Why would he arrange a marriage like that? You were only a child back then. Daddy wanted a piece of their company, and the only way to get it was to promise to give me to Mr. Lewis's only son. When I was old enough, and when Hunter was ready to settle down, we were to be married. I was Daddy's ticket to more wealth. He stayed by the window. So why didn't you marry him? I thought I could at first. In the beginning, he was kind, charming, took me to the best restaurants and parties, showered me with expensive gifts. Then I saw a different side of him, a cruel and evil side. What did he do to you? Blake asked, feeling his anger rising. I told Hunter I wouldn't sleep with him till after we were married. He didn't want to wait, and when I refused him, he became violent. He didn't like being told no. I tried fighting him off, but the more I did, the more he hit me. I was so scared and hurt, I stopped struggling and laid there, letting him do whatever he wanted. Taylor saw the look of pity in Blake's eyes, making her feel more ashamed. If I fought him, it only excited him, so I laid there, hoping he would get bored and leave me alone. After a few days, I couldn't take it, so when he went to sleep, I ran and ended up here. When Blake turned around, he looked so angry and again went quiet. She went over and placed her hand on his arm, tears falling down her face. I know you're mad at me, thinking what a tramp I am for having sex with him. Blake looked down into her tear-stained face, but said nothing. She took that as a sign that it was over, that he didn't want anything more to do with her. I'll leave first thing in the morning. She turned to walk away. Chapter 22. He stopped her from walking away by taking a hold of her hand, wiping away her tears. I'm not mad at you, and I sure as hell don't think you're a tramp. I'm angry at Hunter for what he did to you. That bastard raped you. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Holding her face in his hands, he stared into her eyes and felt tears wetting his own eyes. I don't want you to go. Stay here with me. Why, Blake? I'm nothing but trouble. You're better off without me. Her shoulders shook when she cried. You're not that spoiled brat that showed up here 2 months ago. You've changed. Or maybe the real you came out.
You just want me to stay because of the SX.
Her heart was breaking. What if he agreed? Could she handle another rejection? That's not the reason I want you to stay. The SX is fantastic, but it's much more than that. I've grown fond of you, even though you still leave your stuff laying all around the apartment. And sometimes you won't stop talking. Besides, where else would you go? Putting his hand on her neck drew her in for a kiss. It was a sweet, gentle kiss. Pulling back, they stared into each other's eyes, and the way she looked at him pulled on his heartstrings. Without saying a word, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom and laid her down. She laid watching him as he removed his clothes, seeing the bruises on him. The tears came flowing once again. He was hurt, and yet she was anxiously waiting for him to get into bed, knowing that soon he would make love to her. Oh, and how she wanted him. He climbed into bed, wiping her tears. Don't cry. I can't bear to see you cry. He began removing her clothes, one piece at a time, stopping to kiss every part of her body. Getting on top, he smiled as he looked down. Putting her hands behind his head brought him down so she could kiss him. Running her hands along his back, pressing him tight against her, she stopped to look at him. He was so handsome, so strong, he took her breath away. Her inner core was on fire, throbbing from his touch. Her body had a mind of its own as it twisted and squirmed beneath him when he entered her. She was so warm and wet, it drove him into a wild frenzy of desire. Their breathing heavy, passion consuming them. He thought he was going to burst. He had to take her now. There was no holding back. As he rocked inside her, his thrusting coming hard and fast, they both moaned out loud when they both felt the ripple of their orgasms. Later, she rested her head on his hard, muscular chest, tenderly touching the bruises and welts on his chest and stomach. I really like you. I can't believe that someone as good as you want me around. Honey, you are a good person. Don't be afraid to be yourself and to speak your mind. Try new things. You're right, I will, and I'm going to start now. She got on top of him and looked deep into his eyes. I think I'm falling in love with you. Blake was taken by surprise. He didn't say anything at first, just looked up at her. Feeling as if she had said the wrong thing, got off him and rolled over on her side, facing away from him. Oh God, I shouldn't have said that. You don't have to say it back. I know you don't feel the same way about me. I just wanted to let you know how I felt. I've never had these feelings before. So is it love? I don't really know. Blake rolled Taylor over to face him.
Damn it, woman,
Can't you ever stop talking? Look, I think I'm falling in love with you too. But I need time. After Bailey, well, she hurt me, cheated on me. That is what really hurt, the cheating. It took me a long time to get over the pain. I have to be sure that what we got is going to last. Let's take it slow, one day at a time, and see where it goes. Taylor traced her fingers along Blake's lips, giving him a knowing smile. I know you love me. I can wait till you're ready to say the words back to me. He grinned. You're really sure about yourself, aren't you? Taylor smiled and shook her head yes. They were both exhausted from the night's events and the lovemaking, and soon drifted off to sleep. She curled up in his arms. She felt safe, and like this was where she belonged. Morning came, and she found Blake up and getting dressed, stretching her arms above her head, letting the covers fall, exposing her breasts. She says to him, "What are you doing? Come back to bed." He took one look at her round and perky breasts and started getting aroused. He went over and sat on the bed. Leaning over, cupped her breasts in his hands, giving her a long and passionate kiss, then broke away. As tempting as that is, I'm sorry I can't. Some of the guys are coming to help clean up the bar.
I'll get dressed and come help you. She went to get out of bed, but he stopped her.
No, I want you to stay here and get some rest. You've been through a lot. I'm okay. You're the one that got hurt. I want to help, she whined. I said no, stay in bed. That's an order, he snapped. What am I supposed to do? Wait here for you to come back. Be ready and available when you want sex. Is that all I'm good for? He could see and hear how angry she was, so he kissed her. You know that's not the case. I want you to rest. I'll check on you later. Chapter 23. Downstairs, Blake was with the others organizing the cleanup. How's Taylor? One of the men asked. She's tired and still upset. Wanted to come down and help, but I convinced her to stay in bed and rest. Looking over Blake's shoulder, answered with a smile on his face.
Oh, really? Then why is she here?
He turned to see her walking towards him, wearing jeans and one of his t-shirts. She looked adorable with her hair done up in a ponytail. However, he was not pleased to see her. She had disobeyed him. What are you doing here? I told you to stay upstairs and rest. The men all stopped what they were doing to listen with grins on their faces. Hands on her hips, she gave him a defiant look. No, you ordered me. The days of men ordering me around are over, so whether you like it or not, I'm helping. He could hear the men snickering in the background, knowing they were enjoying the scene. Grabbing her arm, he tried to direct her into the back room, but she pulled away. What's this really about, Blake? It's not that you want me to rest. You just don't think I would be of any help. Why, you think I would just get in the way? Well, screw you. She turned and walked away, and he tried to stop her, but she dashed into the back, her temper flaring. He followed her, and taking hold of her, put her up against the wall. Damn it, Taylor. I don't want to fight with you, not in front of all these men. Looking down at her lips, he wanted so desperately to kiss her, but people were coming and going. She had a determined look on her face when she stared back at him. He could tell they were in for a fight, and when they fought it always led to really hot sex. And right now he didn't have time, so he gave in and apologized to her. I'm sorry. I really could use your help. Could you clean up behind the bar? But be careful not to cut yourself on the glass. Here, wear these. When she reached for the gloves, he pulled her into his arms, giving her a kiss. Smiling, she took the gloves and got right to work. He saw her smiling. She thought she had won this argument, when in fact, he let her win. Taylor swept, she carried out the trash, and helped wherever she was needed. Later, pizza was brought in, and they all sat, eating and drinking.
What would you like? Red or white wine? He asked her.
She looked around at everyone drinking beer. They seemed to be enjoying it. She never had a beer before and wanted to try one. I'll have a beer. Blake raised an eyebrow. You don't drink beer. You don't seem like the beer drinking type. Well, now I want to try one. Handing Taylor a bottle, smiling as he watched her take a sip, then another, letting out a loud belch. I like it, tastes good. I'll have another. Smiling, he pulled her into his arms, not caring that the men were watching them when he kissed her. You never cease to amaze me, woman. After working for a couple more hours, they called it a night. He saw her talking to Ricky, and when everyone had left, he asked her what he was saying to her. Looking coy, she answered. He was asking me out. Wanted to know if I'd have dinner with him. Blake looked angry. The nerve of him. I hope you said no. Now, why would I say no? She asked. He turned and walked away angrily. Go ahead, go out with him, see if I care. Blake, wait, I'm kidding. Of course, I told him no. I let him know that I'm your woman, but it's nice to know that you were jealous. I'm not jealous. You know, girl, it's not nice to tease. She played with the necklace around her neck. I'm sorry, can you forgive me? He gave her a sly smile. If you can get out of those clothes and be in my bed under 5 minutes, then maybe I'll forgive you. Taylor giggled as she raced up the stairs, discarding pieces of clothing on the way up. The next few days flew by quickly. They all worked together fixing up the bar. It was then that she realized how well liked Blake was in this town and how many friends he had. His insurance only covered the cost of the repairs, but not enough for the furniture. What will you do? She asked him. He looked so forlorn when he answered. Can't run a bar without tables, pool tables, and all the other stuff that's needed. I hate to go back to the bank and take out another loan. I just got the last one paid off. Her heart went out to him, wishing there was something she could do, so she gave him a hug. They heard honking coming from outside. Sounds like truckers. I better go out and tell them we won't be open for a while. Taking her hand, they headed outside. There were several truckers and a crowd had gathered around, waiting for Blake. Sorry, boys, I won't be open for a while. Not sure when I will be, he said, still holding Taylor's hand. One trucker stepped forward. We're not here to drink. We have a delivery for you. But I didn't order anything, Blake said, shaking his head, looking confused. The trucker smiled at Blake and then turned to the others. Okay, boys, start unloading and let's get to work. Blake and Taylor stood in amazement as booths and tables were taken from the trucks, as well as pool tables and a brand new jukebox. The tables were installed, jukebox hooked up. The town people brought food and drinks. Blake was overwhelmed. I don't understand what's going on here. Who did all this? The one trucker stepped forward. Well, you see, son, we all heard what happened here. All us truckers, along with the town folks, got together, came up with enough money to get you started again. Blake had tears in his eyes. But why? Why would you all do this? Over the years, you have gone out of your way to help us whenever we needed it. And your father and grandfather never hesitated to help our families. Now, boy, how about a drink for the lads? We're mighty thirsty. Everyone was eating and drinking when he went over to Taylor, who was serving the men. In his excitement and overflowing with happiness, picked her up and swung her around in his arms, gave her a passionate kiss as the others whistled and cheered. Oh, Blake, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I'm so happy for you, she said, kissing him back. It is wonderful, and I'm so glad you're here to share it with me. Later that night, after everyone had left, they sat alone in the bar, enjoying a quiet drink. I'll just go down and check the kegs and make sure everything is ready for tomorrow. I won't be long. When he returned to the bar, the lights were dimmed. Looking around, he wondered where Taylor had gotten to. Then his pulse began racing like crazy when he saw her sitting on the pool table stark naked. Smiling, he admired the way she was sitting there in a very seductive pose. What are you doing? He asked, with a wide grin on his face. I thought we could try out the new pool table, maybe play a game, she said as she licked her lips. He pulled off his shirt and undid his belt buckle as he dashed over to her. Hell, woman, do you have any idea what you do to me? Looking down when he removed his pants, she smiled, seeing how aroused he was. Yes, I believe I know. Getting up on the table, he laid her down, running his hand down the length of her body and between her legs. He felt inside. She was hot and wet, his fingers working their magic as he kissed her neck. Closing her eyes and moaning softly, took his erection in her hand, feeling it throb as she moved her hand up and down it. Oh, Blake, you feel so good. You too, baby. You're so wet. I want you bad. Then take me now and hard, she cried out, clinging to him. With their limbs entwined, he entered her hard. He moaned out loud when he felt her raising her hips, taking him further into the depth of her core as she screamed out his name. He kept pounding it into her until she came, loving the sound she made. Taylor felt her body exploding. The pleasure she was experiencing was unlike any she had ever felt before. It was hot and intense. She was totally drained and fully satisfied. He later pulled a naked Taylor on top of him, kissing her neck and running a hand down her back. My God, after what we just did on this table. He had to stop to take a breath. I'll never be able to watch anyone playing a game of pool without thinking about you. Carol returned, and the two women soon became close friends. Taylor noticed how Stan and Carol kept stealing glances at one another and decided to play matchmaker. So when someone had to go out of town to pick up some bar supplies, she suggested to Blake that he send Stan and Carol. Why would I send them and not Joe? What are you up to, sweetheart? Have you not seen the way they look at each other? They are hot for one another, but both too shy to make the first move. I just thought we could give them a little nudge. You're kidding, Carol and Stan. Well, I'll be damned, I had no idea. Taylor and Stan had long since made up for that first day and had become friends. She and Blake grew closer, and she was happy for the first time in her life. And she knew, without a doubt, that she was utterly and totally deeply in love with him. And in her heart, she knew he felt the same way about her. She was no longer referred to as the Ice Princess, and soon became a beloved member of the community. Taylor's love for the bar and the job she was doing was obvious to all that knew her. She even started teaching ballroom dancing once a week at the town hall. Blake was her #1 student. He only had eyes for her. She made him happy. She gave him something he had thought he'd lost, trust. Knowing he could love and trust again, a reason for living. He couldn't imagine his life without Taylor in it, and he was indeed in love with her. Little did they know that happiness would soon end when a man walked over to Taylor one night as they were playing a game of pool. Chapter 24. Carol and Stan became a couple, and they all went to Joe's wedding together. The 6 of them became inseparable. A month later, Joe announced he was going to be a father. Early one night, a black limousine pulled up outside Blake's bar. An older, well-dressed man stepped out of the car. He walked into the bar, looking around. Then he spotted Taylor playing pool with a young man. He watched as the young man whispered something in her ear. She laughed, and then they kissed. It wasn't one of those little pecks, but a full-blown, passionate kiss. He was disgusted with this public display of affection and walked over to them. Taylor, he barked. It was Taylor and Blake's night off, and they were having fun. He was teaching her to play pool. They both stopped what they were doing and turned to the man who spoke her name. The smile faded from her face. Daddy, she said, staring at him. Taylor, who is this man you're with? Daddy, this is Blake Knight. She turned to Blake. This is my father, Paul Adams. Blake held out his hand to shake the other man's hand, but Mr. Adams ignored the gesture, turning his attention back on to Taylor. Is there somewhere we can go to talk? He asked, looking around the room. She sounded nervous when she spoke. Blake thought. It was as if she was afraid of him. We can sit over there, Daddy. Would you like a scotch? Yes, that would be nice, thank you, he said in his uptight voice. Blake went over and got the drinks, while the other two went and sat down. What are you doing here, Daddy? Blake sat next to Taylor and put her hand in his. Mr. Adams noticed, and he felt anger at this display of affection once again. Yes, Mr. Adams, I too would like to know why after all this time you've finally shown up. Mr. Knight, do you work here? I ask that because I noticed how you went behind the bar and helped yourself to the drinks. I not only work here, but I own the place. I gather you two are together. I saw you kissing this man right out in public like a common tramp. Mr. Adams, don't you dare talk to her that way. Now, why are you here? He was clearly angry when he tried staring down Blake. Mr. Knight, my daughter does not belong in a place like this. Oh, I don't know about that. I think she fits right in, and she's one of the best servers I've ever had. The older man banged his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't call her that. It's beneath her. She's a woman of class and meant for bigger and better things. It was Blake's turn to get angry. Like what, Mr. Adams? To be a pawn in one of your schemes to get rich, like you tried with Hunter. Look at how well that turned out. The old man's jaw twitched. Yes, well, that was unfortunate. I had no idea Hunter was like that, or the danger Taylor was in. Blake hissed. Really, Mr. Adams, and you never noticed the bruises on her? Oh, come now, Mr. Knight, every couple fight. A slap here and there is no big deal. Saying as he waved his hand in an attempt to dismiss the subject. Blake wanted to jump over the table and beat the crap out of him. Where I come from, a man never hits a woman. That makes him a coward in my books, not a man. Did you know that bastard raped her over and over? Don't you even care? Nonsense. They were together. It wasn't rape. It was sex. Blake shook his head. He couldn't believe what a heartless bastard the man was. Mr. Adams looked at his daughter. I want you to come home. Things will be different. I won't let any harm come to you. No, Daddy, I'm happy here. I'm staying with Blake. His face was turning red. She had never talked back to him before. Listen to me, girl. You do not belong here. These are not your kind of people. Don't you miss the parties, the shopping, getting your hair and nails done? No, I don't miss any of it. None of that matters anymore, she said as she moved closer to Blake, their fingers tightening on each other, and smiled at one another. Knowing he wasn't going to get anywhere with her, he turned his attention on Blake. I can see you care for my daughter.
I do, very much so, he answered.
What can you offer her? She grew up in a different world from yours. She lived in a mansion with servants waiting on her. Taylor is a woman of beauty and class. She belongs back in the city with her own kind, not slinging beer in a small town. If you really care for Taylor, then do what's right for her, not for what you want. Make her see sense, Mr. Knight. Daddy, I know what I want. I'm happy here. This is my home now, she cried out. I know you feel this way now, but what's going to happen in a few years when the novelty wears off and you get bored with this life, and you will? Come back home now or I'll disown you. You'll not see a penny of my money. Her heart was racing. She felt her body trembling. Never had she the nerve to speak back to her father or go against his wishes, till now. I don't care about your money. I don't want it. Now go home and leave us alone. Blake sat back listening. Mr. Adams made some good points. He had to do what was best for her, had to do the right thing. Still holding her hand, stood up and looked down at her father. Excuse us, I need to talk to Taylor alone upstairs. She felt as though her life was about to fall apart. He was so quiet as they walked up the stairs. What's going on, Blake? Why did you want to talk up here? He felt sick to his stomach. This was going to be the hardest thing he had ever done in his whole life. Taylor, you have to go back with your father. He's right, you don't belong here. Her eyes widen, and she stared at him in horror. No, how can you say that? Taking her face in his hands, he looked deeply into her tear-filled eyes. I can't offer you the things you are accustomed to having. I don't care about material stuff. You make me happy. I don't want to leave you. I won't. She threw her arms around his neck, sobbing. Her body shook with every sob that broke free. This is my home. I belong here with you. Blake knew he had to do something drastic to make her leave. In order to do the right thing, he would have to be cruel. Pulling her arms away from his neck, he cruelly said to her, I don't want you here anymore. Go pack your bags. I'll let your father know. You're lying, Blake. You do want me. I know you love me. He laughed. It sounded evil. Love you? I don't love you. I loved the sex we had. You're damn good in the sack, baby. I will miss that. She shook her head, the tears flowing. You told me you were falling in love with me, that you just needed time. Well, I don't love you. I only said those things so that you would keep on having sex with me. You were really good in bed. In fact, we have time for a quickie before you leave. She stared at him, feeling hate. You bastard, I hate you. He was rough when he pulled her into his arms and tried to force a kiss on her. With all her strength, she pushed him away, slapping him across his face as hard as she could. Don't touch me, I hate you. I wish I'd never met you, get out. He laughed when he turned his back on her. It's time for you to leave. I'll send Joe up to help you with your bags. After shutting the door, he leaned against it. Sending her away was breaking his heart. He had never cried before, not even when his parents died. But now the tears fell down his face, and hearing her sobbing was killing him. He hated the way he treated her, and knew he had hurt her more than anyone could have. But the only way to make her leave was to get her to hate him. He wiped the tears away as he made his way downstairs. She finished packing and sat down on the bed, all cried out, still finding it hard to believe what he had said to her and the way he treated her. How could she have gotten it so wrong? He had her fooled, used her. But damn it, she still loved him. Joe walked in and sat next to her. You okay, girl? No, I'm never going to be okay again, Joe. He used me, and now he wants me gone. I don't believe that, Taylor. That man loves you, he said, putting his arms around her. He says differently, it's time for me to go. They came down with her bags. She went over and gave Carol and Stan a hug goodbye. Taylor, I really hate to see you go, Carol cried, hugging back. I'll miss you guys. I'll never forget you or the friendship you showed me. Wait, don't go, Carol begged. Taylor looked over at Blake, who was pretending to be reading the paper. I have to. Blake's made it clear that he doesn't want me here any longer. She then hugged Joe. Hey girl, you stay out of trouble now. I will, Joe. Take care, my friend. Blake was still leaning against the wall, reading the paper, pretending to read when he was really watching her. She walked up to him. I'm leaving now. He looked at her and saw the tears falling down her face. His heart was being torn into pieces, and he almost changed his mind when she reached up and kissed his cheek. Bye, Blake. I'll miss you. Looking at him, her eyes pleading with him to ask her to stay instead, he looked at her with indifference and said, You better go. Your father's waiting.
It felt like knives were piercing his heart when he watched her disappear out the door.
Everyone in the bar went silent, watching to see what Blake would do. They were expecting him to go after her, to bring her back. Instead, he went into the back room and Joe followed, furious with him.
You stupid son of a bitch.
What the hell is the matter with you? Joe cursed. Let it go, Joe. I don't want to talk about it. You just let the best thing that ever happened to you leave. Turning to Joe, Blake gave him a shove and went to walk out. But Joe swung him around, then punched him in the jaw. Blake went to swing back, but stopped. Go ahead and hit me if it will make you feel better. I don't know what you said to Taylor, but you broke her heart. I know you love that girl. So why Blake? You're right, I do love her. But you heard that old saying, sometimes love isn't enough. Yeah, I've heard it, but sometimes it is, Joe snapped back. Joe, I could never give her the life she's accustomed to. And how soon would it be before she got bored with this kind of life? Better she leaves now rather than years down the road. I couldn't handle that.
You don't know that would happen, Blake.
Close up for me, will you?
I'm going out for a while.
Sorry, I hit you, boss. Blake shook his head. It's okay. After what I said to Taylor to get her to leave, I deserved it, and worse. Chapter 25. As she sat in the limo, Taylor's father paid her no attention. He was busy reading over some papers he had brought along. She stared out the window, her heart breaking, thinking about Blake. She pictured him chasing after her, saying he had made a mistake and that he loved her, begging her to come back. But he didn't, and she realized he never loved her. It was late when they got to her father's mansion. With a quick goodnight, her father disappeared, leaving her feeling sad because she had and never will have any emotional bond with the man who fathered her. She walked slowly up the winding staircase, down the hall to her bedroom. Nothing had changed since she's been gone. Climbing into bed, the silk sheets cool against her skin, she cried herself to sleep. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Blake drank till he passed out. He was going to tell her that night that he loved her and was going to propose. He was no longer the happy, good-natured man he once was. He hardly ever shaved anymore, and he drank a lot, snapping at the customers. He found living upstairs unbearable. It reminded him of Taylor. He missed seeing her stuff laying around. After a night of drinking and getting into bed, felt something touching the bottom of his feet. Reaching down under the covers, pulled out a pair of her silk panties. He smiled when he thought back to that night he had removed them. They had fought over a woman flirting with him. She was angry, saying he was flirting back. The only way to stop her from yelling at him was to pin her down. Holding her hands above her head, started kissing her neck, moving down. It wasn't long till she gave in. It was a night of crazy, wild, hot sex, leaving them both sweaty and drained, forgetting all about their fight. Holding the panties in his hand, he felt like he was going mad. He placed them over the lamp shade next to his bed. Taylor, too, had changed. She was no longer the spoiled brat who expected everyone to cater to her. Didn't care about shopping or fancy restaurants, had no desire to reconnect with the people she once hung out with. The maid came in for the dirty laundry and, picking up a man's shirt, exclaimed, "Oh, miss, how did this get in with your things? I'll just get rid of it for you." Seeing the shirt in the maid's hand, she snatched it from her. "No, it's mine. Don't ever throw it out." It was the one she took from Blake. She knew it was silly to take it, something a kid would do, but she wanted something of his to keep. It's what she slept in, made her feel close to him. She could still smell his scent on it. The maid watched sadly as Taylor held the shirt up to her cheek and saw the tears rolling down her face. The maid felt sorry for her and quietly slipped out of the room. For 2 days she never left her room. The meals were brought up to her and were barely touched. On the 3rd night, she had a craving for a cold beer. So going down to the kitchen, she found Maggie, one of the live-in maids, sitting down, reading a book. When Maggie saw Taylor, she stood up. "Miss Adams, can I get you something?" She smiled at Maggie. She was a 60-year-old woman, a tall, stout German lady that had been with the family since she was a baby. "Do we have any beer?" "Yes, miss. Can I get one for you?" "It's okay, I'll get it. Please sit," Taylor said. Going to the fridge and opening it, took out a bottle of beer. Opening it, she stood there and drank it right out of the bottle. Maggie wasn't sure what was going on. She had only known her to drink wine or champagne. There was something very different about the girl since her return. "Maggie, would it be all right if I sat here with you? You could join me for a drink." "I don't know, miss. Your father wouldn't approve," Maggie said nervously. I don't care what my father thinks. Besides, he's out for the evening. She gives Maggie a smile. I'll get you a beer, oh, and how about some chips and peanuts? She brought the beers and snacks over to the table, sitting down started drinking, looking over at Maggie. You've worked here for years, and we've never once talked. How did you ever put up with us all these years? Are you okay, miss? You're not yourself. Taylor chuckled. Thank God for that, Maggie. I was such a rude bitch. I realize that now. They sat and talked for hours. She learned all about Maggie's life, and Taylor told her about Blake, the bar, and all the friends she had made. Oh, Maggie, it was wonderful. I worked in the bar, and I must say I got pretty good at it. I loved it. If you don't mind me saying, miss, it sounds like you're in love with this man. Why didn't you stay with him? I did fall in love with him. He is so strong and handsome, made me feel special. I never had anyone treat me the way he did. I thought he loved me too, but he ended up being like all the other men in my life, using me and then dumping me. I wanted to stay, but he didn't want me. Tears began falling down her face. Maggie patted Taylor's hand. From everything you've told me about this man, well, it sounds to me like he was just saying those things so that you would leave, doing what he thought was best for you. Sounds to me like that man is in love with you. But he was so cruel to me that last night. What he said, the things he did, I don't know what to think, she said, letting out a sob. If you love this Blake guy, then you shouldn't give up on him. True love is hard to find. Follow your heart, dear. Taylor grew tired. I'm tired, Maggie. I'm going to bed now. Thanks for the talk, and I'm sorry I was such a bitch to you all these years, she said, slurring her words. Maggie liked this new Taylor and felt sorry for her. It was painfully obvious how much she loved that man, and her heart was breaking. Taylor began staggering. She had too much to drink and having trouble walking, so Maggie went to her side. Let me help you to bed, miss. We'll get you tucked in, and you'll feel better in the morning. She chuckled. But you might have a small hangover. Once upstairs, Maggie helped Taylor into Blake's shirt that she insisted on wearing. She tucked the cover over her. To Maggie's surprise, Taylor sat up, giving her a hug, crying, her words coming out between sobs. Why does everyone leave me? Why can't they love me? Even my own mother ran away because she didn't want anything to do with me. She drifted off to sleep. Kissing Taylor's forehead, Maggie stared down at her laying there, her face stained with tears. The poor girl has no idea. It's a real shame. Maggie thought to herself. Chapter 26. Her father was hosting a dinner party for his business associates. He bought her a new dress for the occasion. He walked into her room just as she finished dressing and smiled, pleased with how she looked. It was a long satin dress, black, with a low-cut V-neck. She also wore the earrings that Blake had given her. My dear, you look stunning. That dress is an original Ralph Lauren. Cost me over $3,000, and seeing it on you, I know it was well worth the money. Thank you, Father. I'm glad you approve. He ignored the sarcasm in her voice. Yes, tonight I want you to meet some new associates of mine. One is a very wealthy banker, one of the youngest. I think you two will hit it off. Now take off those cheap earrings and put on the real diamonds. I'll see you downstairs, don't be long. Taylor's hand went to the earrings. Remembering the night Blake had given them to her, it was the sweetest thing anyone had ever done for her. She knew then her father hadn't changed. He was still the cold, heartless bastard he always was. Once again, he planned on using her for his own selfish reasons. She kept her earrings on. Nothing could make her take them off. Downstairs, there were so many people she didn't know, nor did she want to. She walked from room to room, avoiding the guests. After being home a week, she was feeling restless, missing Blake and the bar. There was a hole in her heart. She felt so alone and lost. Paul Adams spotted his daughter and waved her over. He was standing with a chubby, short man with red hair. Taylor dear, I want you to meet Dan Albert, the banker I was telling you about. Dan took her hand and kissed it. Pulling her hand away, she wiped it with a napkin. He had left a wet mark, and it made her feel sick when she felt it. Miss Adams, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your father has told me a great deal about you. Dan turned to her father, grinning like a horny moron. You're right, Mr. Adams. She is a very beautiful woman. I told you, Dan, she is one of a kind. Can you imagine the doors that would open for you with Taylor as your wife? Yes, she would be a great asset to me in my work, and her beauty pleases me. Taylor stood there, staring at the two men. They were talking about her as if she wasn't there. Then Dan turned back to her. Miss Adams, your father has given me permission to court you. She looked at her father, eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and hate. Then looking at Dan, she spat out angrily. Mr. Albert, you are nothing but a short, creepy little man. The thoughts of you touching me makes my skin crawl. I wouldn't go out with you, much less marry you for all the money in the world. She turned and walked out of the room, her father following right behind her. Grabbing her arm, pulled her into an empty room. He was boiling over with anger and slapped her across the face, making her stumble backward. Touching her cheek, she stood up straight, staring him in the eyes and swore, Don't you ever hit me again, you bastard. Do you think I like hitting you, girl? That was no way to talk to one of the youngest and richest people in New York. Nothing has changed, Daddy. You said it would be different if I came back home. You lied. Things are different, Taylor. Mr. Albert is a weak, spineless little man. You could totally dominate him, have affairs on the side, be his wife. You'll never want for anything. What about love, Father? He scoffed. Love? There is no such thing as love. Only money, power, that's what makes the world go around. There's sex, lust, but not love. Marry Mr. Albert.
And what do you get out of it, Father?
He didn't answer her question. Instead, he stroked her cheek where he had slapped her. I'll go smooth things over with Dan. Now go upstairs and put on the real diamonds, then come join us in the dining room. Rubbing her cheek, she knew she had to get away. She had to go back to Blake. Dashing into the kitchen, looking for Maggie, she needed her help. Maggie, I need your help. My dear, you've been crying. Come, sit down and tell me what's wrong, and how can I help you? I can't stay here. If I do, my father will force me to marry that awful Mr. Albert. I'm going back to Blake. I love him, Maggie, and I know he loves me too. Help me pack and to sneak out. Please, Maggie, will you help me? She wiped Taylor's tears away. Yes, I'll help you, miss. Come with me through the back way. No one will see us. They quickly packed her bags. Aren't you going to change out of that dress, miss? I don't have time, Maggie. My father will be looking for me. Maggie hands her some money. Here, miss, I know you don't have any cash. This will buy you some gas and a bite to eat on the way. Drive careful now and be happy with that young man of yours. Thank you, Maggie. I'll get this back to you as soon as I can. No, don't you worry about that, miss. You have to go now. Stanley will help carry your bags. He'll take you down the servant's lift. It goes right out to the garage. No one will see you leaving. Good luck, miss. Taylor hugged Maggie, knowing she would never see her again. She turned to leave, but Maggie asked her to wait a minute. Wait, I can't let you leave without knowing the truth about your mother. My mother, what about her? Your mother didn't leave you, child. She died shortly after your birth. Taylor stood frozen to the spot. She felt ill. No, Daddy said she left, that she didn't love us. No, child. Your mother always wanted you, from the moment she found out she was pregnant with you. And when she held you in her arms for the first time, you could see in her eyes how much she loved you. Taylor was trembling, the tears coming. What happened to her? Why did Daddy lie? Your mother caught an infection. She died a week later. I don't know why your father lied about it, but he made us all swear not to say anything. And if we did, he would make us and our family suffer. He is a cruel and evil man. Her ashes were spread in the garden. That was her favorite place. Taylor smiled. The garden, mine too. I didn't know why, but I was always drawn to it. So you see, she didn't leave you. She loved and wanted you so much. Thank you for telling me the truth. It really helps to know that, and Daddy will never know you told me. She was able to sneak away without anyone seeing her. Getting into her car, she drove off. Knowing her father would never forgive her, she would never see him or this place again. And she didn't care. All that mattered was getting back to Blake and the life she had grown to love. When Blake wasn't working, he moped around in his apartment, getting drunk. He missed seeing the bottles of nail polish that once cluttered the coffee table and her clothes scattered around the room. But most of all, he missed her. At night, when he closed his eyes, he could feel the sweet taste of her lips and how her naked body felt against his. From time to time, he would sit on his bed and stare at the panties that still hung on the lampshade. He never knew that one's heart could hurt this much. When Bailey left him, it didn't hurt like this. This pain and heartache felt 100 times worse. He knew now he should not have let her go, should have fought for her. Now she hated him for what he had said and done that last night, and for sending her away. He went to bed that night drunk, once again. Taylor couldn't wait to see Blake again. He could tell her to leave, could say he didn't love her. But she knew better, and she wasn't going to leave him ever again. Chapter 27. Epilogue. Taylor arrived at the bar later, the following night. She was tired, hungry, and thirsty. Carol was the first one to see her walk in and squealed with delight, dashing over and giving her a hug, followed by Joe and the others that were in the bar. "Taylor, you're back, and look at you, all dolled up," Carol said, hugging her. "Yeah, I kind of ran out of my father's home in a hurry. I didn't have time to change." "Is Blake here?" Taylor asked, looking around for him. "No, he had to go out. Boy, is he ever going to be happy to see you." "You sure about that, Joe? Last time I saw him, he couldn't wait to see me gone." "That's not true. He's been a real mess ever since you've been gone, moping around, getting drunk every night. The boy is heartbroken and missing you like crazy. Come and sit down. He'll be back soon." "You hungry?" Joe asked. "I'm starving, but I have no money." Everyone laughed out loud. "Well, that brings back memories. Sit. I'll make you something." Taylor looked at Joe and the others. "Wait, don't call Blake. I want to surprise him." Blake had just left his grandmother's place, where once again he got another lecture about letting Taylor leave. By the time he returned to the bar, he was tired and in a foul mood. Joe called him over. "Boss, we have a problem." "I'm not in the mood, Joe. Can't you handle whatever it is?" he said, snapping at him.
I don't know what to do about it.
"Well, what the hell is it?" Blake growled. "We have a customer who can't pay their bill, ate, and had a couple of drinks." Blake slammed his fist on the bar. "What the hell are we running here? This isn't a charity camp. Where's the Ashol?" "Over there behind the wall, booth 1, Joe said, trying to hide a smile. He was furious and walking over to the booth started yelling and cursing before he even saw who it was. "Hey, Ashol, what's this about you not being able to pay your tab?" He stopped dead in his tracks, his heart beating so hard it hurt. There, in front of him, was Taylor. She stood up, looking SXY in a long black dress that clung to her body like a glove. She looked shyly at him. "I'm sorry, sir. I can't pay. I have no money." Blake smiled as he slowly looked her up and down. The bar turned deadly quiet. Everyone was watching and listening, holding their breath.
Well, lady,
"If you have no money, then I guess you're going to have to work it off." Taylor licked her lips. "And just how do you expect me to do that? What do you have in mind?" Before she knew what was happening, he pulled her into his arms. Smiling down at her, he smiled, looking deep into her eyes. "Oh, lady, I can think of a few things." She threw her arms around Blake's neck, and he held her tight against him. He pressed his lips down on hers, giving her a deep and passionate kiss. The crowd went wild, cheering and clapping. After what seemed like the longest kiss in history, he released her. "I was a fool to let you go." "Yes, Blake, you were. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you. I didn't mean any of the things I said to you that night. Please forgive me." The smile he gave her warmed her heart, and she felt like crying. "I do forgive you, and I know you didn't mean it." After wiping her tears, he scooped her up in his arms. Then he called out to Joe, "Lock up for me tonight." "You got it, boss." He carried her up to his bedroom. Putting her down, pulled her close, kissing her with all the passion and desire that was buried for over a week. Turning her around and kissing the back of her neck, went to unzip the dress, but then he stopped and cursed. Looking over her shoulder, she asked, "What's wrong?"
"It's this damn zipper. It's stuck. I want you so bad, but I can't get it to go down."
"Oh, just tear it, rip it off me," she said, her breathing heavy from his kisses and from the way his hands moved over her body. "Are you sure? It looks really expensive." She turned around to face him. "It is, but I hate it. If you want me, then do it." Taking the material in his hands, he tore it till it fell apart, letting it fall to the floor. Picking her up, laid her down on the bed. For over 2 hours they made love, rediscovering each other's bodies, making up for lost time. Afterward, she wept as he held her. She told him what Maggie had said about her mother. "I love you, Blake, and I will wait as long as it takes till you love me too." "I do love you, Taylor, with all my heart, and I have for a long time now. I can't give you what those rich guys can. All I can give you is a good, decent life and my undying love. That's all I want. It's all I need. I'll never leave you." "Oh, sweetheart, I'll never let you go again." Circling her fingers on his chest, she smiled. "You have to do something for me." "Anything, just name it." "You have to shave," saying as she rubbed the stubble on his face. "What? You don't like this new look?" "No, I don't. And if you don't shave, neither will I. And I know how much you like the smooth look and feel." He lifted the covers and looked down, then gave her a kiss. "Okay, baby, you win. I'll shave." He then reached over, almost on top of her, and she gasped in delight. "Oh my, again, so soon." Smiling and looking down at her, gave her another tender kiss. "You have to give me 10 minutes to rest first." He continued, reaching for something.
"Got it,"
he said out loud. In his hand, he held a tiny box and smiled at her. "I bought this for you. I was going to give it to you the night your father showed up." He opened the box, and inside was a beautiful, large diamond ring. Her eyes filled with tears, hand going to her face, she looked at the ring and then at Blake. "I love you, Taylor. You are the most irritating, stubborn woman I have ever met. Yet you are warm, loving. I can't live without you. I want us to grow old together, to have a family. Will you marry me?" "Oh my God, Blake. Yes, yes, I'll marry you." After they made love, and she was curled up in his arms, she began talking. "You really want a family with me?" He kissed her. "I do, whenever you're ready." Looking up and smiling. "How would 8 months from now sound to you?" Blake stood up quickly, his hand going to her stomach, touching. "You're pregnant? We're having a baby?" She nods her head, seeing the happiness in his eyes. She knew everything was going to be okay. She had finally found someone that loved her for her.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.